Hello, hello, noble ones. Welcome, welcome. Man, we've got some... Man, we're starting strong today, Ray. Ray Gonzalez, my man. Give me 1 second, I'll acknowledge your generosity. Let me lower the music a little bit. Alright, so we got the chats are over here. And then I need to add Rumble's chat. 1 moment. So let's do that. Okay. I have all of it. We are live streaming on 4 different platforms today, by the way. We are on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. Let's see if the connection makes it. So if I explode at any point, you know why. If yours truly explodes, then we know why I exploded. We got a blue background. Thank you so much, Ray Gonzalez, for sending 10 members. That is incredible, my friend. Thank you so much. In fact, I'm going to update it right now. And we're going to do that. Thank you so much again for your generosity. And hello, everyone. Let's get the Twitch subscribers situation going here, our goal and whatnot. It's we did hit 50 the other day, but then we lost 2. So we need to hit 50 again. But then again, I need to update it and get the next one, I suppose. Perhaps we need to go like to 54 before I can do that or something. I'm not sure. I'm not that much of a streamer myself, but hey, yet here I am multi-streaming. How you guys doing? Let me see the chat. How you guys doing? How's life treating you? Having a good day? Ink Benefication. Hi, Metatron. Did you check out historical Italian cooking yet? No, not yet. No, you have no idea how many things I did today. So, in general, in the last few days. Like today alone, I posted on my main channel, Metatron. I posted on my second channel. I posted on my third. I posted on my fourth. I posted on Rumble. I posted on X multiple times. By the way, I need to share the link to this. And then I posted on my new TikTok twice. And on my other TikTok that I didn't tell you about, the one about retro stuff, twice. Yeah, so that's me. That's me, but good to have you here. Hello, hello. Someone says mute, but I'm not mute. My microphone says it's picking up. So it might be on your end, mate. On my end, everything looks normal. Let me know. Thank you for the likes. I want to say massive thank you to Viking Gremlin. Man, what a name. What a name I get to say. Thank you, Viking Gremlin, for subscribing with Prime on Twitch. That pushed it up. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to hit the goal, hopefully, today. And the same for Hippozilla, subscribing at Tier 1. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're doing well, everyone. I have a lot of chats, yeah, but then again, I mean, the one chat that gets most action is the one on YouTube for obvious reason. The second one is Twitch. Kick right now, basically, it's non-existent. And Rumble as well is kind of the occasional. So here we are. Yeah, today we are very blue, my friend. Today we are very blue. We've got a few things to check out. But first I want to kind of engage with chat a little bit. And then we're going to start looking into all the different things. By the way, I've been playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Usually I play 3. But lately I was like, I've got this computer right next to me. And I've got Heroes 3 and 2 installed. And Doom, and what else do I have? Probably like Wolfenstein 3D. So I thought, let me play 2. And I had a good time. Goodness gracious, Heroes of Might and Magic. It's a timeless gem. Isn't it? Do you have a favorite one? Good evening, good evening. What is my opinion on my Helen of Troy? Oh, I've already talked about it on a live stream, and I made a video about it, so you can look for that. And yeah, just got Sega nostalgia. Did you see my? Did you see this? Because again, the algorithm is not my friend. Doesn't matter which channel at this point. But on my third channel, I posted this, which is going to make you explode if you like this kind of stuff. If you like this kind of stuff, you're going to explode now. But I'm going to show you. I'm going to share my screen very quickly. But on my third channel, which is the gaming and retro tech one, I did this. I just posted 3 hours ago the Sega Master System review, history, and test, because we are unboxing one as well on the video. So I'm not going to react to myself. I want to do a reaction to my own video. Although then again, maybe I should, but it doesn't matter. Just letting you know that this is a thing. This is a thing. And I think it's a pretty decent video. I had a really good time making it. And here we are. So for those who like Sega stuff, I think you're going to like that. I think you're going to like it. It was the game station of your childhood. Did you have a Master System or did you have a Genesis Mega Drive? Because the next episode, I don't even care if these, by the way, if this is still too soon to see, but if this one flops completely with the algorithm, I don't even care. I'm going to make episode 2. I'm going to do Sega Genesis Master System retrospective. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because, you know, I'm going to have fun in life. Am I right? You can't just do things only, or just only do everything, strategize, everything just algorithms. Like, it's going to blow your mind. In fact, today's video, oh, my father-in-law must be here because my dog is going nuts. Today's video, the one I posted today, I know you guys didn't get notification. It was the best video I've ever made. It's 10 out of 10. It's not working. It's the best video I've ever made. So, guys, come on. Come on, guys. Come on, I know the algorithm is not our friend and it's not sending you, but this is not clickbait. I mean it 100%. This is my best video. Now, given, of course, this could be debatable. Someone could tell me, no, I actually like more the video you made 15 years ago more. Fine, that's okay. But from my perspective as the creator, right? This was the best video I've ever made. I had a great time. And it's not clickbait. Someone accused me of clickbaiting. It's like, I can't stand your clickbait titles. I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, it's not clickbait. It's real. I lived in a time capsule for 7 days. It's real. I actually did it. To be clickbait, I would have to tell you something, then you click, and it's not on its grossly misrepresenting. That is a perfect representation of what this video is. So I'm just going to leave it out there, guys. I'm just going to leave it out there. And since YouTube is a muppet, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click it, I'm going to pause it, I'm going to take the link, and I'm going to share the link everywhere. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my own advertisement. How do you guys pronounce it? Anyways, I'm going to put one on Twitch. Boom. I'm going to put one on... It's kind of a nice screen, by the way, right there. Look at that. It's quite artistic. So, yeah, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it here. But save it for later. You could right-click, save it on a separate tab. It's going to be worth it. You're going to love it. It's going to be worth it. You're going to love it. I'm going to put it on Kick for the 2 people that will be there. And I'm going to put it on... Maybe one of them will watch it. And I'm going to put it on Rumble. Boom. I put it everywhere. I'm going to put it on Twitch. I'm going to put it everywhere. So, it is what it is. Alright. So, how you guys doing? Let's see. Let's see how things are going over here. I see helmets and swords in chat. We always appreciate that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle rocks. I agree. Is it true that in the UK you guys called it Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles? That is cringe. If they had to censor the word ninja, what would they think? Like, sometimes, I swear, like, I don't know what it is with people in charge sometimes. They're like, how could you... This is like the choice of a 80-year-old person 100%. Because, I mean, think about it. You have to change the word ninja into hero because what? You think kids in the UK are going to go nuts and starting jumping out of windows because they hear the word ninja? But then again, you still show that because that's exactly what Ninja Turtles did. They jumped out of windows, I mean, among other things, and doing flying kicks and fighting and showing sai and nunchaku and all that kind of stuff. That's all fine as long as you don't say the word ninja. Because if you say the word ninja, kids are going to go nuts. Who thinks this stuff? Anyways, it's Ninja Turtles. It's Ninja Turtles. That's how it was even back in Italy. Translated, so we would say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would be... Actually, Teenage Mutant. I don't think we even said that. We just said Tartarughe Ninja. Literally Ninja Turtles. Like Turtles Ninja, because it's the other way around. Because Romance language, you know what? You know, wine and the other way around. You want to be a ninja. Yeah, exactly. Not in Scotland. Nice. What about England, though? What about England? Because it could be that maybe Scotland didn't do it, but maybe the ninjas. Heroes jump out of windows as well. I mean, yeah, when they wear capes, totally. You're right. So even that. Goodness gracious. Did you guys see my new TikTok, by the way? I love it that every time, like, even if because I created a new TikTok account, and it's called Metatron History. And the reason why I created it is because I want to try, and because I know it was bought by an American company, it's not going anywhere, it's not going to get banned. But I do believe that TikTok brain rot, is bad for the youth. So I decided, you know what? I want to counter that. I want to counteract it and want to produce some actually educational content so that while they're swiping with all the brain rot nonsense, well, good. Maybe they can enjoy it. Maybe we can make a positive influence, particularly on American youth and in general. So I made a TikTok history account. And before you say, yeah, but that's not what kids want. That's what kids want. They won't work. It's actually working. It's working. I posted like 6 TikToks. One already got 1.4 million views. I think the youth love the frog mouth. So I'm going to spam that helmet. I'm going to spam it everywhere. So it's, I'll share it a couple of times on the stream today. If you're interested, if you have TikTok, and if you hate it, you're like, no, I don't want it. Fine. No one is pushing you. I'm just saying for those who already have a TikTok and you're already submerged in brain rot, might as well see a frog mouth here and there. I swear the frog mouth will fix this generation. Leave it to me. Leave it to me, guys. I'm gonna show as well the new helmet. So it's a closed helm. I've shown it a few times on video. And technically it's a transitional sallet, but I mean, that's a bit much. It's a closed helm. And it's pretty good. I'll show that one too. I think in Spanish it's called Los Tortuga Ninja. Is it Los? Really? Los Tortuga? Well, yeah, I can see that. Tortuga. Cool. So kind of similar. Yeah. You've never been on TikTok? I can see because you can't spell it. Which is a good thing probably these days. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Ninja Turtles are great. I loved it. I actually collect Ninja Turtles, like the old games and the statues and whatnot, and the action figures. 100% t-shirts. I've got it all, my friend. Also, because think about it. Well, maybe not all of you know this, but of course, obviously, Metatron is my YouTube handle, but my real name in Italian is Raffaello. That's my name. Raffaello. Which is the name of the painter from the Renaissance, exactly. It's that name. In fact, it's a bit of an older sounding name in Italian, because I think most modern Italians with that kind of name, which would be Raphael, of course, in English, but modern Italians tend to have, it's more common to hear Italians with the name Raffaele, but Raffaele is a different name from that of the painter. The Renaissance painter was Raffaello Sanzio. Raffaello Sanzio. And I have the exact same name as, which does sound a little archaic, but that's my name. So that was the name of the Ninja Turtle. So you can imagine that as a child, I was like, that's totally me. Right? And so yeah, that's me. And I freaking loved it. I think I have pictures for the Italian carnival, where, children go to school all dressed up. Or it's not as important as it is specifically in Venice or like in Brazil. I think Venice and Brazil have the best carnivals ever. But in the rest of Italy, we still have it. We still, children and parents go to, well, I don't know these days, but back in the day, like in the 80s and 90s, 100% you would see children everywhere dressed up. And I dressed up as a Ninja Turtle, obviously, the red one. I mean, of course. But yeah. And we spell it, so Dia Zam, the wolf, in Italian it's spelled with 2F and 2L. So this is why when I pronounce it, which probably makes me sound very Italian to other, like to Spanish speakers and Portuguese speakers, but that's why I double I make the pronunciation of the F and the L longer. So I say Raffaello. You can see there is a little jump, right? I don't say Raffaello. I say Raffaello. That's how it's pronounced, the double, because we love our doubles, like Ferrari, like the doubles are great. Okay, we love our doubles in Italian. It is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. And we have the same name then, Raffalongo. That's cool. Is Michael or Miguel a common name over there? Yes, we say Michele, but Michelangelo, it's the combination of the name Michele and the name Angelo, obviously. Michael Angel, that's what it is, basically. And no one is called like that anymore. I've never met or never seen a modern Italian with the full name Michelangelo. You have people called Angelo everywhere, including a classmate of mine, and we ended up talking about Italy. And then we have people called Michele, another good friend of mine. The combination, though, it sounds like the Renaissance, really. Leonardo is also very rare, but I did meet a couple of Leonardo in elementary school. So it's rare, but it exists. In fact, it's a bit less rare, I think, than mine. And then Donatello, I've met a few Donatella, the female version. Raffaella also exists, the female version. Michela doesn't. Does it? Yeah, Michela. Does it exist? I'm confused now. I don't know. I don't live in Italy anymore. Leonarda doesn't exist, as far as I know. As far as I know. So, yeah. Leonardo is more common in Spanish. I can see that. In Italy, it does exist still, but it's kind of on the rarer side. I suppose. Thank you, Armand, for the support. One of my best mates is moving back to Italy. I think he's making a mistake. Would you ever move back? If I had a son, I would call him Dante, which is unusual in Italy. Yeah, you're right. Dante is, again, a medieval-sounding name in Italy. I think it would be a cool name to give to your son, for sure, Dante. I mean, everyone knows Dante. Like, everyone in Italy would be like, like Dante Alighieri. Everyone. Obviously, we all read that in school. And I don't know if it's a mistake. It depends. I would not move back to Italy right now, no. But that's because I put my roots in the US. I bought land. I bought a house. My wife, of course, is American. And that's it. I wouldn't move back, but I would definitely go visit. We will. We usually do. Now, we probably won't do it this year. But in general, we do go. We used to go once a year. And, yeah, for sure. Alex, the history guy. Yeah, that'd be cool. Our man shall be on. The only problem with that, Alex, is that I'd be more than happy to, but I don't have a full set. I never got the legs done because, as you obviously know better than me, I'm sure I don't need to explain it to you, but I will say it for the audience in general. The legs are the least forgiving part of a medieval suit of plate armor. So it's easier to get the breastplate right even when you can't visit the armor. It's still better to visit the armor when you can. But if the armor is on the other side of the planet that are like 7,000 miles of distance, then sometimes it's difficult. And you can successfully order a suit of plate armor. And if they are experienced enough, they usually should be able to still make it to your specifications. But the legs, particularly the greaves, are the least forgiving thing. And so I have been trying to wait until I can actually go and visit an armorer face to face so that they can take the costs of my legs. Now, I could do it and send it to them, but I don't know. They've just been waiting, so I don't have a leg harness, unfortunately. And it is what it is. Like my plate arms were made at a distance and they fit perfectly. They did a fantastic job with those. But with helmets, I've had failures and then I had to sell them because it was too small. And I felt like the frog mouth fits me very well. That is only because the armorer in Poland who made it for me, he's Ukrainian, by the way. He happens to have the exact same head size as me, we have the exact same head. And that's really lucky, because he can literally make the helmets for his head and they will fit me. But that's not always the case. And I've had situations where I got a helmet and it was a little tight for me. It was a little high. I've got a big head. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. You used to be an armorer too. Well, then you definitely know it better than me. You have practical knowledge when it comes to that. That's awesome. Yeah, Leonardo so is a name. Yes, a comedian. Okay, so it exists. I probably just never heard it. The one that doesn't exist is Splinter in Italy. No one is called Splinter. Could you imagine? Splinter Rossi. My name is Buongiorno. Sono Splinter. That's how they would say it. But still, oh, that would be funny. Parents naming their kid Splinter. Goodness gracious. Did you see Hassan views? He's accusing Asmong of view-botting. Yeah, I mean, Hassan's entire day revolves around Asmongold. It's a fixation. He needs psychological help at this point. Like, literally professional help. Because this guy is just, I don't know. It's not normal. Thank you, Primo Elf, for subscribing on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And we are at 47, I believe, right now. So I appreciate everyone subscribing with their Prime subscriptions. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also for anyone who wants to support YouTube, on the YouTube end, there is always the possibility to become a channel member. And I am going to start posting member videos as well. I'm not gonna do, though, what I've seen other channels do. I'm not gonna point fingers, but I've seen channels that literally reverted to the entirety of their content is members now, and they post the occasional regular video, but it's all members. It feels bad to me. Because that one does feel like, I mean, everyone chooses, I'm not going to point the fingers again, because to each his own content strategy. At the end of the day, if that's how you pay your bills, I'm not going to complain about it if it works for you. But for me, I'm never going to do that, because I want member/Patreon content to feel like it's an extra. So I'm posting my regular videos, but then I make an extra video and I post it to say thank you to the people who are kindly supporting, particularly during this time of algorithmic nonsense. But doing the other way around feels bad, because it feels like unless you pay, you don't get to watch. And that feels wrong, since literally it's the regular viewers that built the community over all of these years. And people that join and do memberships and Patreons, you are the life that keeps the channel going under moments of nonsense with the algorithm. So I'm extremely grateful, which is why I want to start making member content and Patreon content. But then again, like I don't know, it feels strange to just do members content. It just feels weird. Thank you, Adonis Adams. Have you ever been to Messina? Oh, yes, of course. What is it like? Does it have a distinctive regional accent or dialect? 100%, yes, I can tell someone from Messina. In general, they sound like Eastern Sicilians, so they have more in common with someone from, say, Catania or Siracusa, as opposed to someone like me from the West. So they sound more like them, but then again, they're still distinct enough for particular for me, and also for someone from like Siracusa to be like, oh, you're from Messina, right? That they can tell. And but I do believe that I'd say Messina isn't my favorite town in Sicily. I'll just put it that way. It's not bad, but at this point, I would visit Siracusa. I think Siracusa has a lot more to offer if you are on that side. And there are some lovely little towns near the Etna volcano, more in the rural area. I think that's the Etna section rather than Catania city, which is, it's a nice city, whatever, but there are some areas that are terrible. But I think the Etneo, so the rural areas, little village, they are the most characteristic, and they can be very beautiful. The city is dirty, it just is what it is. So, and so is my city, Palermo is dirty as well. That's a problem with the entirety of, I want to say, southern Italy. It's a mess when it comes to that, which is a shame, because we have some of the most historic places in the entirety of the nation. right? Of course, Milan has incredible things to offer, particularly if you're into fashion and you want to see the cathedral is spectacular, and it's a gorgeous city. But if you come to Sicily, we go back thousands of years. You still see the ancient Greek battlements, pre-Roman. You see the Phoenician stuff. And it's a shame that it's treated the way it is. I'm just going to put it this way. Greetings from Greece. Hello, Dillinger. Thank you for being here. I want to say thank you for first time I catch you live. Thank you, Armand. Been watching since the old days. Wow. Good to have you here since you showed your stab-proof chainmail show. Oh, goodness gracious. This is the old times. Appreciate that. Thank you. Ray Gonzalez, talking about Italy reminds me that medieval game with the lesbian knight came out with a demo. Looks like no one is playing it. Oh, the one that it was. Yeah, I saw that. That's such a. Is it supposed to be historical? I know of it, but I don't know much about it. Is it set in the Middle Ages, or is it fantasy? Because yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Shredderino. Oh my god, that sounds cute. If anything. Shredderino. That's funny. Watching and listening from the Philippines. Thank you, Ulpiano. So good to have you here. Good friend of my wife is from the Philippines. She's Filipino. They just had their, whatever the heck, 5th kid. And they're a lovely family. Beautiful family. Yeah. Hello from Scotland. Hello, Elvis. Talking about Scotland, you know whose podcast I joined the other night? Critical Drinker. I was invited into the open bar, and we had a great time. We actually talked about, among other things, Night of Seven Kingdom. I watched the 5 episodes, and I will be filming a review and post it possibly early next week. I'm enjoying it very much, just to give you a little bit in advance, and it's a really good show. There are a few things that are it's kind of humor sometimes, kind of dirty humor that doesn't really click with me, but I can see how it's funny for other people. But apart from that, I think the story is great. I think the character is fantastic. The actors are like the hero is likable, and I like that a lot. Is an honorable man that wants to protect women. It's like, yeah, thank you, finally. So, and I like the armor, apart from the oculari and the helmets, because you know me. And you're gonna tell me, because you're lovely like that in the comments. I get people telling me it's fantasy, bro. It's not in the Middle Ages. And yeah, anyways, the jousting is great. I really enjoyed the brutality of the joust. And I've been enjoying it a lot. It's pretty good. So I'll be making a review. And I think I'm going to make it as a general review. I'm not going to go episode by episode. I'm probably just going to make it a general review because it would take me too long. And then by the time I'm done with the 3rd episode, it will already be irrelevant. That's what happened with my reviews of Shogun. The first one did really well, but it took me so long to put together the review of the 2nd episode that it flopped completely, which made it impossible for me to continue because the amount of resources and time was unreasonable. But so I think I'm just gonna do that. Yeah. Buonanotte is correct. Yep, that's good night in Italian across. Correctly written. You can write it as one word or as 2 separate. They're both acceptable spellings. Yeah, critical is fun. Critical. I mean, when you say critical, now I think you're talking about Penguin. Critical Drinker is a good creator. We had a good time. We also had Mauler there. I'm still amazed at the length of the videos. I mean, sometimes I put out 2-hour-long videos, particularly if they're compilations, or sometimes I put out 1-hour-long videos. This guy Mauler puts like 17 hours long video. I'm like, that's like probably the contents of a month or 2, or when I do daily uploads. So it's like, goodness gracious, one video. So he was there too. Of course, Gary from Neurotic, awesome guy. He was there too. Freaking love him. It was a good time. I think I've been because I've been invited a lot, and I'm trying to say yes to as many people as possible because I enjoy the fact that even irrespective, of course, I need to give priority to channel size. It is what it is, but I also want to say yes to smaller channels because why not? I mean, let's have a good time. I'm honored in general, whether it be a channel with 10 subscribers or whether it be a channel with 3 million. I'm honored that someone is like, I want to hear this Italian ramble. with their audience, it's great. The only reason why I call for strategic reasons, I have to give priority to channels that may bring in a new flow of subscribers because of it. It's just the way social media works. But still, I appreciate it all the same. And so it's nice when people invite me. I think I should be possibly next Thursday. I was invited by a channel, and I think Carl Benjamin is going to be there. So this might be a first informal discussion. Oh, interestingly enough, I don't know what the topic of conversation is going to be, because this podcast is very political. And even though, as you know, with some of my content, for instance, not today's video is not about politics, but I have been more outspoken with my political takes, but I'm not a political streamer. I'm still a normie. I still consider myself to be a normie. I just share my opinions on some aspects of probably even more like the culture war. It's not like I'm discussing policy, am I? But in general, I still don't consider myself a political streamer, even though I sometimes react to political streamers, or even though sometimes I share my opinions on events that, of course, overlap with some of the topics the political channels address. I still like to see the Metatron's channel as a variety channel that is as chaotic as my mind. So like today I made a video about the freaking 80s, as you know. Tomorrow I might talk about a helmet. The day after we'll talk about politics, and then shoe on head, and then we'll talk about a game, and who cares? And ancient Rome and whatnot. Hello, Baron. Good to have you here in chat. Oh, you're going to Sicily in March. That's fantastic. Anything you think I must do while I'm there? Where are you going in Sicily, Primo Elf or Primo Elf? And I'll give you some traveling advice. Maybe history, bro. Bo. I freaking love Bo. So yeah. I like FNT, but I get tired of listening to AZ shout. Who's AZ? But yeah, no, Friday Night Tight is fun. I do want to kind of start inviting people to my live streams too, so that we can have a little panel, and we'll have to decide who to have, but in general, I'd like to do that too. Hello, people on Kick. We've got some people watching on Kick. Hello, and Rumble. So I'm going to say hi to Supreme Herald. Happy to have you here. Oh, please don't talk about pizza and spaghetti, because I'm already hungry here. Hello, my brother. How's it going today? Hello, Baron, and everyone. Good to have you here. Supreme Herald is also on Kick. Appreciate that. How are things on Twitch? And then we check again YouTube. Asmongold hit 105,000 views. I think you mean viewers, because views is always in the million. You probably mean viewers, and that's insane. Yeah, it's insane. You were timed out? I wonder why. Who knows? Thank you, Ink Penification, for the super chat and support. I especially find it laughable that people say you can't be racist about white people when Polish people, Romanians and Albanians are constantly picked on and treated as the worst of humanity and criminal. Yeah, the problem is that, you know, I have an entire video dedicated to this. I'm not going to go into the details. As you know, I've recently posted it. Can you be racist to white people? Well, I systematically dismantle it from a linguistic perspective, among other things. Problem is that people will tell you that Eastern Europeans and Southern Europeans don't count as white. It's nonsense to me. If you're European, you're white. It's just that simple. South, West, East, and West, and North, I think we're all white. And of course, white Americans that by contingency, they're also obviously. But then again, to each his own, you know. Thank you, Chaotic. Bring truth to the world, my brother in Christ. Got a question, please. Have you ever read the historian Raymond Ibrahim's books on the Crusades, Sword and Scimitar, Defenders of the West, and the Sword of Christ? Of course, the name rings a bell, but I don't think I read it. So that would be something I would have. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way. I really appreciate that. I know you said you don't like seafood except for tuna, correct? Which is weird because you're Sicilian. Very, very true. But do you like pasta con le sarde? No, I hate it. And it's funny because it's a typical, I'm surprised you know of it, but pasta with sardines is a typical dish of Palermo, where I'm from. No, I hate it. As far as I'm concerned, all fish can remain in the sea, which means that even though I hate fish, I'm sure fish likes me, because if it were up to me, apart from tuna, tuna's great. Man, tuna mayo, love it. It's great. Garum, anyone? Oh no, absolutely not. What about freshwater fish? No, I hate all types of fish. I don't eat nothing. So there's that. There is that. Skol, House of Ragnar. Good to have you here. Hello to my new noble family. I love that, Craig. So good to have you here. You know what? I know this is kind of weird because I never see streamers, but maybe streamers do this. Anyways, I ate a little beef stick before going live, but for some reason, I am feeling extremely hungry. Like I'm feeling like I'm gonna pass out. So I'm gonna go grab a piece of bread because I'm Italian and that's what we do. We eat a piece of bread in situations like this. I'm gonna go grab a piece of bread and bring it here. I've already got my drink, so I'll be right back because I don't want to feel like weak or sick or anything. So I'll do that. I'll be right back, and then we keep on. Don't mistreat the chair, please. Thank you. Be right back. Be right back. Yeah, it is Italian bread. Yeah, we home make it. My wife is fantastic. I say we. My wife is. She's amazing. She makes this bread, fresh bread, every like 2 days or so. We have a bakery going on in here. So I'll be right back. I keep speaking while I mute. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Oh yeah, fresh bread and butter. Yeah, salted butter particularly. It's great. Yeah, totally. No, it's funny because the wife also made pasta. She made fusilli with broccoli, and it was great. So I had a couple of spoonfuls in the meantime. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything important, but I do appreciate your patience, guys. Saucy chair, yes, the chair is great. Yeah, even a little bit of olive oil on top of your bread is a great way to, and if it's high quality olive oil, it's really all you need to enhance the flavor. I love it. Oh yeah, you were saying, what about, okay, there is a super chat, so I don't want to be disrespectful. What about tuna mayo onigiri? Oh, I love it. I used to live off of those from konbini, so convenience store, when I was living in Japan. And it was fantastic. It was fantastic. I really like it. It's the only one that I eat, in fact. And then sometimes they have the one with pork, and I eat that. Hey, thank you so much, No Name. I've been meaning to ask for a long time. Why don't you like the trident as a weapon? Isn't it like extra pointy spear? Well, I think first and foremost, I've never wielded one. But I have to imagine, and I've been told, that the other two blades make it heavier. So I don't think in terms of balance, it's gonna get a bit too top heavy. You don't really need three, by the way. One is more than enough. And I would rather, if we're going to do that, I would rather extend the length, because also tridents, because they're used for fishing anyways. And bidents, because you also have the ones with two. It's also, it must be, the one with two must be difficult to really aim it right. I just prefer a spear. Worst case scenario, and there are spears that are winged, that have like little additions that can help you like control, like an opponent's blade. You can use them that way. If you prefer, if you're gonna go for winged spears, I'll be okay with that. But that's me. Pretty much personal preference, I suppose. Thank you, Higashi. Wish me luck, Kyodai. About to fight in 2 hours. Good, karate, right? Congratulations. I forget what style of karate you practice. If you can remind me of that, that'd be cool. And thank you so much, Luke Person, for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate that, and we're gonna update it right now. Thank you so much. Who knows? Maybe in the near future we'll hit 400 channel members. That would be nice. Oh, Muay Thai. You're not a karate guy. I thought you were a karate guy. Muay Thai, man, that's gonna be brutal. That's gonna be dense. Yeah, Muay Thai is legit. Muay Thai is legit. I've seen some really interesting fights between Muay Thai and specifically Kyokushin karate, Kyokushinkai, and fascinating. The only thing is that usually they do it with Kyokushin rules, and I think that's unfair towards Muay Thai fighters. I say that as a Kyokushin supporter. Like, I love that's the style I used to practice. I sucked at it, by the way. I'm terrible at martial arts, but I did try it, and I tried that one in Japan, and it is my favorite martial art, but that doesn't mean that I can't be objective. To be fair, I think, because if you don't know, Kyokushin Karate, while it being full contact, they don't allow punches to the face. And that, you can kick the face, but you can't punch the face. Punches are to the body. And when you fight according to Kyokushin rules, then Muay Thai fighters who are used to punch the face and even elbow the face, it's a problem, because sometimes it happens that, it's muscle memory. And also, yeah, so I think it's a bit unfair when they do that. But in general, I've seen some really good fights. I've really seen some really good fights when it comes to like Muay Thai versus Kyokushin. How does Shitoryu compare, I wonder? That's the one I learned a bit back in the day. So when you look at karate style, not that I'm an expert, but that is my favorite martial art. Back when I was a teenager, I practiced a different style, which is called Shotokan. And it's together with Shitoryu, it's one of the most popular in the West. And the thing is that whether it be like Shitoryu, Shotokan, usually these, they're great martial arts, don't get me wrong, but usually they don't fight full contact. And sometimes you find dojo where they fight light contact, and sometimes they fight semi-contact. Semi-contact is already better. My opinion, having practiced both, is that Kyokushinkai and Seido Kaikan, which are two styles of karate which are full contact, make better fighters. Because you get used to being hit, which hurts like hell, and you get used to hitting full force. Now you have some... It can be still very effective to be a practitioner of the other styles of karate. I'm not like disrespecting them. But oftentimes what happens is that you... And I've seen this happen. When you come from a style that is not full contact, what happens is that you are really good at hitting. You can be extremely precise and very elegant in the way you do your moves, your kicks, and whatever. But sometimes in these styles, you kick, right? Whether it be a, I don't know, roundhouse, or whether it be a front kick, whether it be a side kick, it doesn't matter. You hit the opponent. They stop the fight. You get the point, but the opponent is still up. Whereas when you do full contact, whether it be Muay Thai, whether it be MMA, whether it be Kyokushin and Seido Kaikan, or whatever, even kickboxing depending on, then what that teaches you is that it doesn't matter if you hit, if he didn't feel it, because he's gonna then, for instance, I want to give an example with me. I trained like that. I could hit you, but you wouldn't feel it. And that's a problem. Instead, in full contact styles, you start really, sometimes they might not appear as graceful, but that's because they are prioritizing, if I hit you, it needs to count. Like, I need to get the air out of you, or I need to hit you in a way, I need to train in a way that when it hits, it's gonna hurt like hell and you might go down. You win because it hurt. You didn't win because you scored a point and they stopped, but if they hadn't stopped, he would have kept on going. You know, that's what I mean. So that's the only critique that I have towards those styles. And I think that if you do practice any style of martial arts that it's more into the light / semi-contact type of combat, or in general karate point, like it's called, I'd say go for it, continue it. But maybe you might want, if you want to become a complete and more effective fighter, particularly in a situation that could involve the street, then I would say outside of the dojo, train with people, your mates, your friends, people that practice other martial arts, and train as well for full contact. It is what it is. It's just more realistic that way, and it's my opinion. But that's what I think. I'm always very respectful for everything else. You know, the cultural aspect, the discipline, and that it teaches you. It's all great. But we also have to be realistic about what combat actually is. And the reality is that there are a lot of traditional martial arts practitioners. If you put them in a cage with an MMA fighter, he will brutalize them. I'm just going to say it. And I prefer Japanese martial arts, Chinese martial arts. I prefer them. And that doesn't mean everyone. I mean, I've seen a Taekwondo guy called the Professor, Korean, and he was doing WTF Taekwondo, which is usually the one that goes into the Olympics, but it's the least effective. And I mean, ITF, I think, is more effective, whatever. He was a beast. Like, he could do stuff that would clock, like system shutdown if it's in the head. But a lot of Taekwondo guys, put them in an MMA thing and they try the fancy kicks, it's over in 10 minutes. Unless it's like one of the really, really good ones. And that may well be you, but I'm saying in general. And that's that. And that's that. Salutes from Serbia. Hey, David. Hello. Hello. Thank you for being here. All right, let's see. JC Doyle, in your opinion, any martial art that you see using the axe hatchet efficiently and or more lethal? I mean, yeah, sure. The axe is a fantastic implement, particularly if it's designed for war. I wouldn't use a tool axe, which you do in games. In games, you use the same axe for cutting a tree than you use for fighting in combat, but that would be I mean, you can make it work. You can make anything work. You could use a freaking hammer into the head and win, but I'm saying in general, as a weapon, the tool axe is a lot thicker because it's supposed to cut trees, not to be wieldy. But a combat axe, like the bearded axes used by the Norse, for instance, they were much more thinner because you're supposed to cut bone and tissue. And that way it's not too top heavy. You can recover and operate it in a much better way and wield it. But I think the axes are fantastic as long as you pair it with a shield. unless it's two-handed. Because if you have a one-handed axe and you don't pair it with a shield, you don't have hand defense, hand protection. At that point, I'd say use a sword, because at least you get hand protection. Same thing with a mace, in fact. But if you do mace shield, axe shield, it is a fantastic combination. Yeah. Do I live in Italy or the US? I live in the US. Good evening. Let's see. Makarev, Metatron, I saw you reply to the tweet about the camel and the needle story in the Bible. Can you tell us how you interpret it, plus the idea that only poor people can be saved? I think, yeah, I saw that, and they were saying like, oh, I think that Elon Musk said something on the lines of, I might actually find the tweet. Man, I can't pronounce it. Today, my English is broken. Anyways, yeah, there was this tweet made by, I'm not going to go into a full-on discussion on biblical exegesis, because one, I'm not an expert, and two, not really the topic of this, but I can say one thing, that there was this post that I can't find now, where making the rounds on X, where Elon Musk said he agrees with the teachings of Jesus, and a lot of people, most of them his haters, jumped onto it and said and showed the teaching that says it's easier for a camel to, how is it in English, for a camel to pass through the head of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. I'm translating it in my head from Italian, so I'm probably misquoting it, but the gist of it is that. And the reality is that does not mean that if you are wealthy or if you're rich or you're successful, then automatically, I can't find it, it doesn't matter, that automatically disqualifies you. Oh, Jesus said that you're rich, so you're damned. No, because wealth can be a blessing. And also wealth can be a reward for your hard work. And do remember that in the very beginning of the Bible, in Genesis, it's like, go multiply, you have to work hard out of so you're supposed to work hard. Now, given, can wealth and being rich become an obstacle to salvation? Absolutely, very common, and I think that that's the principle behind that passage, is if your wealth becomes your God, then as a Christian, yeah, you will not inherit the kingdom of heaven, also because the richer you are, the more responsibilities on you. What have you done with it? Like, have you helped people? Have you been a good person, or have you just thought about profit? So, yeah, I think that that's the teaching. It doesn't mean, though, that if you have, as long as you're grateful and you maintain your priorities, you can be a Christian and be rich. It's just that you have to maintain your priorities. God needs to be put first. You need to be generous. You need to not, like kick the poor and insult them and be arrogant, because that is, and of course, the passage says that if at any point, for whatever reason, you were asked by the master, sell everything and follow me, then that's the ultimate test. But it might not happen. But if it does happen, then you have to be, you can enjoy your wealth, but you shouldn't be so connected as to reject the calling of the master. That's my interpretation of it. Again, I'm not a biblical scholar, but that's how I think it. The idea of, oh, if are you being successful with your job, you're damned. It's kind of silly. And the reality is that they just hate Elon Musk, so they want to say that. Whatever. It's kind of a shallow interpretation for me. And I'm gonna have a bite of the bread.
Good morning.
Let's see. Have you seen For Honor's new hero? No, I haven't checked. Is it Chinese one? Cool. But I haven't checked For Honor in a while. I kind of got bored of it. So, just checking. Yeah, the wife is fine, yeah. I always check to see if my wife needs anything. But she's fine. She's just having a shower. Nice. Is Campagnolo bread Italian, or is it American with a fancy name? Well, Campagnolo just means like rural, from like the countryside. I'm not sure. It's possible that there is some. It's not like I know every region, so I don't. It doesn't sound weird to me. I just never seen it, but In the last hour, has it been an hour already? Oh, holy moly. How has it been an hour? What? 55 minutes in already? We've done nothing. You know what I mean? We are talking. I appreciate that. Thank you for being a member for 9 months, Pensar. Appreciate that. Metatron, if you could adopt the fashion of any era in history, what would it be? Absolutely late 15th century Tuscan fashion. 100%. Like, not even close. 100%. Have you seen the paintings by Piero della Francesca? He is a painter from the 15th century, specifically from Tuscany. And that's who we used to create my arming doublet, the one that sometimes I wear. Piero della Francesca, I'll show you. I think he has some of the best knights. I'll share my screen. So that would definitely be the basis of my... I think we ought bring it back. Anyways, these are paintings by Piero della Francesca. If you remember, I have a hat that kind of looks like this. And as I was saying, I love the way he shows what they were wearing in general, the clothes, very detailed. But as you can see, he also draws knights. And he's got some really good looking armor, my friends. Like, look at this one. I mean, that's an awful... Let me see if I can... I'm not sure if you can see it very well. Maybe, yeah, there you go. So you see this knight here has got an armlet and everything. And maybe if we write knights, cavalieri. Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Oh my gosh, Piero della Francesca. Anyways, some of his paintings actually show the doublets, the garments that knights were wearing underneath their armor. Or sometimes you see knights that are wearing the breastplate, but they're not wearing the shoulders, so you can see the pointing and how they would wear them. Sometimes they put them into little ribbons instead of letting them hang. Like the points, for those who don't know, it's like the little cords that hang from your doublet that you use to connect the plates so that they are secured in place. Because in games, usually you just see the straps. And straps are a thing, but if you were to rely only on straps to secure your armor components, it wouldn't be enough, it would fall. So instead, what you use points, which are these cords that you can, you have these little hoops at the top of your, for instance, shoulders or leg harness or arm harness. And then you have these little cords go through these hoops, these holes, and then you connect them on the doublet and they are suspended. And this way you don't feel them. Like you literally, I could wear my arm harness all day and I wouldn't even feel it because it's suspended. It's the cord that takes the weight, not my shoulders. Very ingenious. And he is one of those painters that shows those and shows how they wear them. And so that's something that I really, really enjoy. I mean, look at this. Look at this doublet, for instance. Is it a doublet or is it a brigandine? Can't really see. Maybe it's a brigandine. So anyways, that would be one of my favorite painters when it comes to medieval armor and clothing in general. He's really talented the way the steel shines. Because there are some medieval painters that just went for single color, but he does the shine. And I love that. Not every medieval painter does that. He even shows like helmets being painted. Because if you wear a medieval man at arms, but you didn't have much money, you couldn't afford the pearl polished steel. That's very expensive. So either you would go for a matte finish, which some people prefer. I don't. I want it to look like a mirror, but some people prefer. Or you paint it, if that's what you want. And it was a thing. We don't really see it much in reenactment. In reenactment today, even though the harnesses are pretty good on average, particularly like in America or in Eastern Europe, the problem is that it doesn't really reflect it. It looks like everyone is a prince or everyone is a nobleman, very rich. Everyone is so successful because everyone is wearing polished steel, because today it's a lot less expensive to do that. But in period, it wouldn't have looked like that. The high nobility, the mounted nobility and the successful men at arms, even if they were entitled, but they were successful, they had money. Yeah, of course, they would go for polished steel. But a lot of the steel would have been matte and a lot of the helmets would have been painted, because that's a lot less expensive and it still makes it look good. If you got your helmet and it looks like all red with like the rims in yellow, for instance, because there is heraldry. Usually, some people didn't care, but usually you wouldn't see two metallic colors. So you would see either two standard colors, or you would see a metallic like silver and gold with a standard color, and there were some rules when it comes to the colors. But in general, one exception to that is the Templars. They do mix metallics. So yeah, fun stuff. I don't even know why I started telling you that, but I kind of lost it. So that was that. Yeah, painting helmets is a thing, absolutely. You see it all over the place in iconography, which is why I say sometimes reenactment is beautiful, but when you contrast it with iconography, it's not always as representative. Also because have you seen situations where someone gets fixated with a specific type of helmet, like a bassinet, that it is real, it's in the sources, but it's rare. But everyone likes it. And so now something that would have been rare in period, you see that every 3 knights has got the same helmet. That's another thing. Or configuration. It's another thing that sometimes reenactment does. So it's not just a matter of, oh, it's cheap Indian made, or it's, oh man, this one was made incredible. No, it's also this. It's also this that can influence the veracity of an image that you're recreating through historical reenactment. And that's that. Yeah, exactly. Mixing metallic is allowed in church things, and Templars do it, for instance. Check out the Armor Hall at the Detroit Institute of Arts. Man, gosh, I wish I knew, because I did go to Detroit. Man, they have some hot dogs. Really good. The taste is great. What are they called? Chilies? I don't remember. Anyways, the hot dogs that are typical of Detroit, I like them a lot. However, after I ate them, I found out that I think they use, apart from regular beef for the meat that they put on top, the Coley something. Coney, is it? Whatever. They also use the meat from the heart, and that kind of grossed me out. But it was good. So it's a mental thing. It's just a mental thing. Anyways, it was great. Loved it. Yeah, I went to Detroit. It was... why did I go to Detroit? Because that's where they had the Italian consulate, the closest Italian consulate, and I needed to renew my passport because my passport expired here. And so I had to, that's the nearest consulate. I hope I don't have to go to the consulate again, but if I do, I have to go. And by the way, Detroit looks like a ghost city. Literally, it's like, it looks like a city made for 10 times its population, because it has massive roads, huge halls. Like I saw this hall, this city hall, and it had like hundreds and hundreds of seats. 2 people. 2. Goodness gracious. That was insane. Our things on Twitch. Hello, hello. The NVIDIA ray tracing of medieval night painters. Exactly. Exactly. Detroit used to be more populated. I heard that. There is also a crime problem. And I think it's because they used to have like General Motors and a lot of car companies. That's what I read. I might be wrong. If you're from there, let me know. And I think they lost a lot of jobs. They lost 1 million people in the last 40 years. I can see that. You can see that. We found a good pizza place though. So there's that. What do you think about Giorgia Meloni? In general, I like her, but I think she should do more. She talks a lot, like all women. We need more action, but in general. I don't know much, because the only thing I know about Giorgia Meloni is what my dad tells me, but my dad is biased because he loves her. He really likes her. So I'm not really following. I'm following more American politics than I am Italian politics now, simply because of the fact that I live in the US, obviously. Oh yeah, man, Fallout. The Caesar's Legion. So you're talking about like Fallout 3, was it? Yeah, I don't remember it though. I only played it a little bit. I've never been a huge fan of Fallout. I played them a bit, but I've never been a huge fan. I was Coney Dog. Yeah, that was it. It was great. It was really good. Thank you so much, Lapco92, for your support on Rumble. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hint taken. Christian generosity engaged. Have you seen the YouTube channel Armored MMA? No, I haven't. It's UFC. Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about with Medieval Armor and Weaponry. Great watch. I don't know the channel, but I think I know what you're talking about. It's definitely something I will check out. 100%. Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah, Detroit Coney. Yeah, it's Coney dogs. They're great. They're really good. It's funny because you can still see, I think, my live stream. And it's funny because I made the thumbnail and I put myself in Robocop armor. But with my face. That was a great thumbnail. I was very proud of that thumbnail. Yeah. He moved before she became PM. Did I? I don't even remember, to be honest. Maybe. Anyways, let's move on to the next section. I'll still keep reading the chat, of course, but I kind of want to start moving because today we've got a few things to check out. So let me see my list of things that I prepared because I started getting you. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, we got to do this before I forget. Let's not forget. Shu dropped a video. So, you know me, I'm just like all those VTubers, even though I'm not a VTuber. The split second, Shu drops a video. I'm all over it. So we're going to check that out right now. I'm really curious. And one moment, please. There she is in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Shoe on head, ladies and gentlemen, enters the fray. All right, what has she got for us today? Let me see. So I think, let me see. I want to see the thumbnail. 1 second. Let me see the thumbnail very quickly. See if I can guess it. Goodness gracious. Okay. Alright, so on the thumbnail we've got, so the title is Cult of the Cry Bullies, / Why People Hate, in quotes, the Left. And so agree with us or else. Oh, okay, so basically I think she, among other things, she's definitely, in 30 minutes, she's covering the situation that happened with Emily. We covered it on stream, so you already know what I think. The world needs more Shu, I agree. So is this denim? I cannot stand denim entitled rich. You know what word I thought. It begins with a C. Let's check it out. All right, Shoe on head. Let's go for it. I'm all for it.
Hello friends, and welcome to another episode of What the Hell is Going On with your host, Ugly Belle Delphine. Now before you ask, yes, there is an Epstein Files video coming out. Ooh. I feel like everyone has like streamer brain nowadays, and like every fucking video has to be breaking news in order to get the most views. But I am taking my time with it. I'm sure you understand, there is a lot happening.
You know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning is Jewish. I want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
Oh my God.
Your country, sir. Anyway, let's just forget about these satanic billionaire pedophiles running the world, and let's talk about some internet drama, shall we?
Did you guys watch the Netflix series about the Epstein file? I actually watched the whole thing. It was... I wanted to vomit at the end of that, but it was insane. Goodness gracious, thank you so much, the sub guy, for gifting 2 tiers subscriptions for the Metatron. We are above our goal. Will you look at that? Thank you so much for making that happen. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good morning from Greece. Hey there. All right, let us speak.
Because that is what's really important. For a little over a decade now, the most inane things can get you called a racist or a Nazi on the internet. To the point where these words hold little to no meaning anymore. It's so bad that when someone is called a racist or a Nazi online, I'm immediately like, oh, what funny joke did they tell? But ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the point where not saying anything also makes you a racist Nazi. For the few of you watching this channel who are employed, there's a very popular Twitch streamer named Emaru. She's a cosplayer and just kind of a fun, chill, normie video game streamer. Well, the other day, someone in her chat asked
Emaru did nothing wrong.
Her opinion about ICE, and this is what she had to say.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
In a world where it seems like
She's
every
right.
single celebrity is just screaming their political takes completely unprompted, this was a refreshing thing to hear.
Oh yeah, did you hear the freaking, what's her name? The one that said, no one is illegal on stolen land, Billie Eilish. That's the one that should get backlash, not freaking Emiru.
Like a pretty sane, rational, inoffensive thing to say, right? Wrong. This short little clip where she ironically tried to avoid controversy ended up being one of the most controversial dramas this year. I feel like decades worth of news has happened in the past like 2 months, don't you? Every day there's like a breaking story of the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion on every single breaking story. There's pressure to react, to pick a side, to condemn, to defend. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're usually not seeing the full picture. Right. And that's why for years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News.
I gotta learn these smooth transitions that every YouTuber but me know how to do. I love that she sponsored Ground News, by the way. It's a really good sponsor. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna let it play so that we see the what is it called? The discount code on screen and everything. And since she just dropped it, I think if you're interested, it's the time to do it. I'm gonna play it at double speed, but we're gonna play it because it's shoot.
So let's quickly give them a shout out before we jump into today's video, shall we? Ground News is a website and an app that lets you see how news stories are being covered all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and really make sure you're getting both sides. They really make it fun and easy to compare headlines to see how political bias and media ownership can affect the framing of a story. For example, let's take a look at this one about how RFK admits he used to snort cocaine off toilet seats. If you look up on Ground News, a right-wing headline covers it like this: RFK revealed why he wasn't scared of COVID. It was a legendary answer. And a left-wing outlet covers the same story like this: Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't fear germs, and his reason is really, really gross. Same story, completely different vibes. The Ground News feature I like the most is the blind spot tool. It shows you how news stories have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Hillary Clinton says migration has gone too far. Rare Hillary Clinton W. Suspicious. 37 sources covered it. 91% of those sources were right-wing, and only 4% were left-wing. Interesting. Or this one about how middle-class Americans are selling plasma because of financial pressure. Americans are selling their blood because they're so poor. 71% of the sources that covered this were left-wing, and only 14% were right-wing. I've been using Ground News for like 5 years now, and I am obsessed. It is one of the first apps I open when I wake up in the morning. It really helps me stay informed and helps me keep up with the news for my videos. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center recognized Ground News as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I'm currently offering 40% off their Advantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. This comes to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a cup of coffee nowadays. To get the 40% discount, just go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or click the link in the video description down below to subscribe to their Vantage plan today. Big thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad as always.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And now let's get back to the video. In this video, we are going to talk about the drama surrounding Emiru, the people trying to cancel her, the mistake the left is making by embracing cancel culture again. We're gonna read some insane, hilarious tweets, of course, and then we will talk about my personal experience with these people. And what do I mean by these people? I mean the cult of the cry-bullies.
The cult, yeah, it is a cult. Yeah, that's why she's so based, even though probably on economics and a few social aspects, we're quite different. But she's based. She tells it how it is. It is absolutely a cult. She's right. Thank you, Perry. I don't know, but thank you for your generous offer. Cheers. I really appreciate that. Metatron, I know you like history, and I'm currently reading a book about the Hebrew god in ancient China, text and literature. I think you would really like it to also speak of an Italian Christian, Matteo Ricci. Interesting. I wonder tell me the title of the book. I'll definitely check it out when I have time. Thank you, Lapco92. Gene Simons of Kiss had a great response to a reporter asking him about politics. Open quotes. Why do you care what I think? I stick my tongue out for a living. I mean, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, no one should be pressured. This is how it is, guys. It just should transcend tribalism and political sections. You should never be pressured. If you don't want to talk about politics, you shouldn't talk about politics. It doesn't matter if you're popular. It doesn't matter. This idea of unless you say this or unless you say what I say, because it's not even a matter of to the people that she's going to cover, Denim, all those people there, Hassan Piker. It's not even a matter of you should just share your opinion on something that is important. Because even if you do that, but it doesn't collide with what they deem to be correct, you'll still be cancelled. So you have to talk about it, and you have to say what we consider the tenet of our religion. Otherwise, you will be cancelled. It is what it is. And it's insane. No, if someone doesn't want to talk about politics, don't talk about politics. Let's go. She's great.
I'm sorry if I sound even more like a prepubescent boy in this video. I am a little bit sick, but I am here. slaving over a hot laptop.
Let's go.
For you. If you guys saw my last video, you know I am quite critical of
Amelia.
ICE. I don't think we should abolish them, of course, but I think it is good and healthy to criticize your government. I am a political culture war commentator. I talk about political topics often. People come to me to hear my political opinions. But not everybody wants to be a political YouTuber or streamer. And not everybody wants to listen to a political YouTuber or streamer. Sometimes we just want to have fun and talk about other things. There are lots of other things to talk about. Sometimes we want to look at funny memes or watch funny videos without having politics shoved down our throat. So a lot of people thought it was really refreshing when a cosplay streamer was basically like, I don't want to talk about politics. Why are you coming to me for politics? It was a perfectly sane, rational opinion. So of course, like half the internet.
And legitimate. It's not even a matter of rationality. It is, but it's legitimate. She doesn't need to do that. She doesn't need to say F ICE. Also because, as I agree with her, it's okay to criticize ICE, of course. And if there are ICE officers that are breaking the law, they need to be investigated. But then if you do that, and you also have to speak about the people that are being violent against them, that are doing riots against them, that are spitting on them, because that's also not okay. And if peaceful protest is a right, but if it stops being peaceful, then it's on you. And that also because we have to remember, you cannot abolish ICE because they need to take care of the illegals. The illegals still need to get out of this country. I'm not trying to be awful. I'm trying to be normal, because that's the normal. That's the normal thing to do. Illegals are not supposed to be here because they're illegal. It is what it is. They need to get out, and then if they want, they can come back through the proper channels, and then we'll see, because in order to immigrate in a country, you have to have a reason. So either you are marrying someone from that country, or you're bringing in business to that country, or you're so talented and you're so qualified that you're just going to be the best to fill a specific job opportunity. Refugees are a different situation, but not everyone is a freaking refugee. Now we're putting that label on everything, so that's also wrong. So I'm okay criticizing ICE, but also illegal immigration needs to be dealt with. It is what it is. So you cannot abolish it.
I had a problem with it. It's just not that hard to say f ICE. It's really not that hard to say f ICE, to be honest. Is it so hard to just say f ICE? It's really not hard to say f ICE. Jesus Christ, how hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE and move on? Oh my god. Just say f ICE. It's not hard. Is it so hard to just say the line? Say the line! Say it! Jesus Christ, like at this point, even if Emeru did want to like abolish ICE, even if she really did think f ICE, she shouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it at this point, because this is just like, this is creepy. This is like a horde of zombies
It is. I mean, you'll never hear me say it. I can tell you that much.
chasing after you. Hey, it's actually super easy to stream and have opinions.
Oh yes, Damien Haas. What a clown. This guy is a clown. Revolting. The hypocrisy in this.
I'll show you. F ICE, f Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, f Elon Musk, free Palestine, US is on stolen land built by stolen people, Luigi did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the f alone. These people literally just speak in bumper stickers, dude. Just like copy pasting the internet leftist starter pack. What the hell am I looking at? I hate the Reddit ass. Hey, it's super easy. It's crazy, like 1,000 years ago, this dude's ancestors were hunting mammoths. And now he's on here like, Men should not be speaking like this. I'm sorry. We need another war.
Bumper stickers. Man, she's great. I love it when she annihilates these absolutely hypocritical clowns.
The post that really seemed to kick this all off was made by Denims, the self-described largest female political streamer. Only because I don't stream Denims.
Exactly.
Only because I don't stream.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't have any like personal beef with Denims. This isn't like an own
you should.
Denims video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions on Emeru, so...
Oh, come on. Shu, let's be realistic. Denim would classify you as an alt-right Nazi. You know it. You know it. Because she dares to criticize and not use the word that have been deemed appropriate by the regime. You know that. You know it. You know that if you ask right now in chat, I don't even know if she's live, but if Denim is live streaming and you ask her, what's your opinion on Shoe on Head? She'll say, who, the Nazi? 100%. 100%.
Oh, let's hear her out. Never thought I'd see the day we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. First of all, she's not fence sitting. She's just choosing not to talk about politics. Like, in order to fence sit, you actually have to say something.
Yeah.
She didn't even say anything. Like, how do you even know what her opinion is? Second of all, modern Gestapo. Why is everything the fucking Holocaust? It's totally normal to criticize.
I'll tell you why. It's because they don't know what the Gestapo actually did. They never opened a history book.
ICE. It's totally understandable to have issues with the things they are doing. But modern Gestapo? Don't you guys get tired of this shit?
Yeah.
Like, don't you guys get tired of saying, like, isn't this exhausting after a while? Everything is Nazis, everything is the Holocaust, everyone is Hitler. It's like nothing else bad ever happened in history. Like, what did they used to compare bad things to before World War II? Oh my god, you're literally Napoleon. Also, I love this. Racist chud. Like, where-
Chud! Oh my gosh.
Did the racism part? Like, where did that come from? Listen, I don't get on camera and start talking about-
I think in their nonsense logic, since the majority, let's just say, but it's not like who are the majority of illegal immigrants? It's either Middle Eastern people, black people, who else? Mexicans, like that. It is what it is, right? It's a fact. It's not like how many, do you really think, is it racist for me to say that you don't have the same number of illegal immigrants from, say, Mexico and Switzerland? Like, can we say the truth? It's not like that I'm saying every Mexican, obviously, because of course they put words in my mouth. It's just a fact. It's stating a fact. So I think when they say racist chud, it's because automatically they think, well, ICE is specifically looking for these people. And I'm like, yeah, for the reason I just explained, would be stupid to lose resources with ICE to be like, well, make sure you spend the same amount of time to look for specifically Swiss illegal immigrants. So there is that. And I think that they consider that ICE because if you don't stand up for brown and black people and Latino, then you must be racist and all that stuff. I just explained it to you. Yeah, Muslims. But then again, Muslim is a religion. That's why I said Middle Eastern, because that's another thing. You criticize Islam, as I often do, and then I'm a racist. No, it's not a race. You could literally be Muslim regardless of your ethnicity. It's a thing. So there's that. But yeah.
Cars or math or taxes or investing or going outside or the plenty of other things I don't know about. I sit here and talk about the gender war and the culture war because I'm good at those things and that's what people watch me for. Yes. That is my lane and I stay in it. Amaru likes what she's doing. Her audience likes what she's doing. There are plenty of other channels that will regurgitate your political takes back to you. Just turn on the TV. Turn on CNN. Most people...
Oh no, don't. Don't turn on... Guys, don't. No. I gotta... No. Guys, do not turn on CNN. You'll thank me later. Just don't.
Most normal people are sick and tired of celebrities just like spewing their political takes completely unprompted. I don't care what Glub Shitto thinks of politics, okay? Why does Glub Shitto...
Probably Redditor. My guess is radical left.
...have to get on stage and start talking about how we're on stolen land or some shit? Why do you need your political opinions thrown up into your mouth by a celebrity like a fucking baby bird? Like, do you really want Sydney Sweeney throwing up in your mouth? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Please don't answer that.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say ICE. It's not that hard of a concept.
You actually don't have to know what you're talking about in order to just say
cultists.
The line. What? You should look into a topic, do your own research, come to your own conclusion, and form your own opinion on the topic. You should not just blindly, mindlessly say the line.
You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say ICE.
You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that countries have borders, and that includes the Vatican, which still has the medieval walls that are keeping people from getting in at their will. What?
You don't have to be a political content creator to say the line. All your other friends are saying the line, Amaru. Why aren't you saying the line, Amaru?
ICE. Okay, but unironically though, them. Straight up.
Oh, stunning and brave.
Hey, them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's them, don't care. Wow. And if you don't like that I say that, it's you too. You know what I mean? It's really that easy for me, I'm telling you right now.
There's Amaru's roommate saying the line. Aren't we all proud of her? By the way, where are all her friends during all of this? Where are all her morally righteous, good guy, big streamer friends while this is all going down? While she's being dragged by half of the internet for doing absolutely nothing wrong. This girl who literally just came out of an allegedly abusive relationship. This girl who literally just got assaulted, grabbed by some freak at a convention. Now this girl is going through all of this. I guess it's fine to be silent when your friend is getting dragged by half of the internet, but don't you—
Yeah, they don't care because you lose your humanity display. And by the way, do you remember when I clashed with that clown that is named Destiny? Stephen II, whatever, Bonnell II. You remember when we clashed? True, I do call him a clown. But the split second I said something, which, by the way, his take is, let's go around and I'm ready to shoot conservatives. Let's get that's what he says, or at least he said. And then what I say is protest, but you're not allowed to protest violently. That's not a thing. It's not a thing you can do. So if you do it and then the law enforcement stops you, it is what it is. You can't do it. Otherwise, everyone would be complete anarchy. He said that I am not a human because of that take. Subhuman. So to these people, you stop being a human the split second you do not agree with one or two of their takes. Because, I mean, me and Destiny, we are on diametrical opposite, but it doesn't matter. Because I could be the most left-wing guy on the planet. But a split second, in fact, he hates Hassan Piker. Because a split second, you still disagree with a couple of things. It's immediately Gestapo. They are the ones.
Dare stay silent about current thing. I don't even know this woman, and I am sticking my neck out for her because it pisses me off seeing this kind of shit happen to people who absolutely do not deserve it.
Agreed.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country. You don't get to be like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not gonna pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff.
When someone doesn't have an opinion on a political topic, people like you might get a little mad. When someone doesn't pay their taxes, the government comes and arrests them.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the difference between those things.
There's this weird idea in America especially.
There must be a difference of double digits when it comes to the IQ of denim and the IQ of shoe on head. There, I said it.
Where, like, you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What?
Many people, most people, do not care that much about politics. I know to you and me that's like mind-blowing, that's like unfathomable, because our whole life is politics, our job is politics, like I get it. But most people's lives do not revolve around politics. Mm-hmm. They do other things other than fight with strangers online. Crazy, I know. But man, do I envy them. I was so much happier before I knew. Sadly, it is getting harder and harder for the average person to not care about politics because politics is seeping into literally everything.
That's what I complain. I've been complaining about this for a decade. All the political message in the games. Politics on my screen of my PlayStation. I can't even turn it on. And I'm already getting all of these stuff about politics. It's politics everywhere. It is insane. It's impossible at this point.
Politics will be bending you over and spreading your cheeks and going in dry whether you want it or not. And unfortunately, the people who are like, I just want to be left alone, are the people who are the most fucked by politics. Mm-hmm. Also, more importantly, Emaru wasn't saying that she doesn't care about politics.
Because it's
she was saying she didn't want to talk about politics. Yep. I feel like that is a huge difference. Yep. I care a lot about like skincare, but I don't get on here and talk about like peptides and collagen to my audience because
we can tell, by the way, she has the skin of a 15-year-old.
They don't give a shit. They're here to watch me say feminism is doo-doo and make silly little faces at the camera.
Yes.
Yeah, you like that shit? I hate when grown women don't have a mind of their own. You are 28 years old. Please develop a mind of your own. All she does is pander to enemy gooner men. No mind of her own. I never liked Emaru, so finding out she's stupid and doesn't have a mind of her own is nice. The audacity! If she didn't have a mind of her own, she would have mindlessly parroted the shit you want her to say.
True.
She would have mindlessly just been like, fuck ICE. If Emaru came out and was like, actually, I think ICE is doing a fine job, do you think they'd be like, ah yes, she has a mind of her own? No, absolutely not. No. They are not angry that she doesn't have an opinion. They are angry that she doesn't have their opinion.
Exactly.
The absolute audacity to say that this woman doesn't have a mind of her own while thousands of you people swarm her like drones, barking orders at her to say the line. You guys literally operate like the fucking Borg. So what I'm gathering is that Emeru is a grown woman who acts like a frail, silly little girl to entertain fat, dirty, incel, Asian fetisher weirdos.
Oh yeah, getting racist, I see. Nice.
Is okay with that, but draws the line at saying ice is bad. Emeru and Asmon's audience are the same. Incels love Emeru because she confirms the image of the anime bimbo stereotype that incels worship. She definitely cultivated an audience who, in the end of all things, are reactionary. She appeals to violent racists who fetishize Asian women. What the f*** is this Asian fetish thing? Are they just saying this because she's f***ing Asian? Like, I'm trying to find a clip of Emeru saying sucky sucky.
It's because they are the racist ones. It's a similar situation when you see, like, for instance, I don't know, Vance. You could say you could hate the guy, but come on, he's at least towards brown people, the guy isn't racist, right? Because he married one and he's happy having children that are half and half. So I think we can be pretty sure to say this guy is not racist, right? No, because I've seen the blogs and the Reddit posts that say when a white man marries a non-white, it's a slavery fetish. They like the master owner. Like, literally, these people are like, what? Holy moly. It is projection. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
$5 or something, but it doesn't exist. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not a coincidence that she answered the question this way, and that her fan base consists heavily on Asian fetishes. I don't know where this is coming from. And the woman saying this is literally an OnlyFans, like an Asian OnlyFans model. Like, I'm sorry, are you really the person to be
So you mean a prostitute?
Talking about fetishization here? The most insane part of all of this had to be when her ex-boyfriend, her allegedly abusive ex-boyfriend, posted his own
Oh, see, so stunning and brave. That's because, no, I'll tell you why he did this. Misgift did this because Asmongold is annihilating his finances through the lawsuit and he's desperate. So he did this, he got his 660,000 views, and that was possibly a decent paycheck from X, and that was it. And then he put the link to his live stream. That was it. That was you like Shu? Everyone with a brain likes Shu. The only people who don't like Shu are the cultists. So please do not belong to a cult. Have whatever political take you want, by the way. just don't be in the freaking cult.
In the middle of his ex-girlfriend being canceled for not saying that. Like, how fucking petty do you have to be to subtweet your ex like that?
No, it's stunning and brave. You're mispronouncing petty.
Another character involved in all this is former booby streamer Caseytron.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started going like full Nazi, basically.
Oh my gosh, please sue her. I know she's already been sued by Ethan, but this gotta go. And by the way, you all know this. You can tell by the intonation when a woman is jealous. This is jealousy. You could tell. This is jealousy because she is more beautiful, more successful, and richer. I just told you the truth, guys. Okay? But because the only way she can attack is this, because she found out everyone is calling her a Nazi. Yay! This is Adolf. Look at him.
She started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these
red state,
Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you gotta watch out.
Watch out for the Nazis. Watch out. Do they speak German in Texas? Ja. Warum? Das ist sehr gut.
In Texas, wearing a cowboy hat? Lord, take me out. Take me out back, behind the shed. Put me out of my misery if I ever become this politically brain-rotted. Holy shit.
Like, you know that she probably has like weird incels donating her hundreds of dollars. It's because, like, in my opinion, like, it's all a facade to appeal to the worst type of men. Because like really misogynistic shit.
Oh, don't worry about the worst type of men. They'll never be interested in the likes of you. So you don't have to worry about that. Am I right, guys?
Like men, they like a woman that doesn't have any opinions. I think that she also plays into how a lot of incels will fetishize.
I'm sorry, as opposed to what? A woman with an opinion like you? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'll take someone, of course, a woman with an opinion, fine, whatever she can. I mean, part of making a marriage work is to make sure, she says their opinion, fine. You don't have to disagree all the time, even if you know you're right, because you're right. But you might want to be like, I don't have to be right all the time. I'll let this one go. We get it. But someone who thinks like you, I would be better to have someone who's been lobotomized at that point.
Asian women, her whole platform is just
appealing
to like the worst fucking men. She's like basically like she's like a pick-me for like incel freaks.
She's picked me for the incel freaks. Sorry, I mean, I was gonna say sorry that I covered her, but do you really want me to apologize for that? You should be thankful that I covered her. You should thank me. You should be, Metatron, we thank you for covering the face of that absolute witch.
Pick me shit, dude. It's gonna be the death of me. Before making this video, I watched a bunch of Emaru stuff, and I saw no signs of like pick me behavior at all. At least with some streamers or some YouTubers. People could be like, oh, they criticize women, so they're trying to be like one of the good ones, and they're a pick me. Like, okay, sure, like, that's retarded. We all know that's retarded. But at least I can like kind of see how is Emaru a pick me? She doesn't even do that shit. Like, where is the pick me thing coming from? No, really though, what makes her a pick me and not the booby streamer or OnlyFans models calling her a pick me? You are literally selling your body.
Who cares about what OnlyFans models think, particularly when it comes to morality?
For men to consume. If men do not pick pictures of your ass, you can't pay rent. There's no bigger pick-me on earth than a fucking porn star.
Yes.
And me. I don't care about being called a pick-me. I've been doing this for over a decade now. I'm used to it. I've been called it thousands of times. I'm a 35-year-old married mother. I do not give a shit. I do.
How? Guys, this is not normal. This is a 35-year-old married mother. Dingo says, what WTF, so world? Taekwondo Federation is wrong with being Asian. I'm an Asian dude, and she talks about being Asian so much. Why? Because they're racist, my friend. The anti-racists are some of the most racist people on the planet. Anyways, that's 35-year-old mother. Congratulations. She looks great. She looks terrific.
I do care, however, when other women are called pick-me for the crime of not following a hive mind. I see it so often in like the VTuber community. Like these VTuber anime women will be called pick-me's for just saying their opinions. You have to understand, like, to these people, whenever a woman has like an opinion that is not like the corporate HR approved opinion of the week, whenever a woman doesn't toe the line of the current thing, in this case, whenever a woman doesn't say anything, she's called a pick-me. You know, she just must have these opinions for men. No other reason. Every woman is secretly a big progressive feminist. And if they're not, they're just doing it for male attention.
And reading about minotaurs in relationships, am I right? Pam Bondi's about 60. Is she? Well, I mean, I don't like Pam Bondi, I'm gonna be honest with you, but 60? No way. Nah, no, there's no way. I think you're wrong. It's impossible. Thank you so much. Talking about Meloni here. Ciao, Metatron. Just found a picture of my great-great-grandfather was a captain in the Carabinieri in Sicilia. Wow, wearing his old-style uniform. Yeah, Carabinieri's uniform is fantastic. For those who don't know, it's kind of they look like police, but they're actually army. Kind of military police, if you will. With a sword, big hat with plume. It is awesome. That's amazing. Yeah. Carabinieri have got some amazing uniforms. Absolutely.
Because I'm sure someone who looks like this is really starving for male attention.
And then in my opinion, it's like she's not entertaining whatsoever. She's like, I would literally rather watch paint dry.
Look at the envious. You know, the Japanese in feudal Japan, they created a mask. It looks like a monstrous demon, but it's representing a jealous woman. To me, this is exactly, it's the kind of, not jealous in the sense that she cares, she likes you, so she gets a little jealous, you have a little bit of it. No, this kind of actual envy. The one that is like, I hate you because you're beautiful. That's what it is.
So true, because you know what is far more entertaining than a cute, high-energy cosplay streamer reacting to memes? This is way more entertaining. And if you don't agree, you're just like an incel. Okay, bitch. Eventually, after a few days of being dogpiled by the most annoying people on Earth, Emaru came out with a statement. Hello, it's very rare I will speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out there, so...
That's where she made a mistake. She shouldn't have done it, but please don't go and attack her for it, because I've seen people doing that. She should have not. You never apologize to the mob. You never apologize, nor bend the knee. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter. The only way, even at this point, if she said what they want to say, the whole thing, they would still say, yes, but then again, that would be the only way. Because if you say, no, guys, I actually believe this, it's just that this, for me, is this, out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't work. But anyways, let's not hate Emiru. She doesn't know that, I guess.
Apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it. It should go without saying that no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who is doing it, but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very...
It's not enough. It's not enough. All of this, they don't care. This does nothing. That's why I stopped a long time ago. I stopped. Double down. It's the only way forward. Either ignore or double down. Because this, you're showing that you actually are empathetic and you care about people. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because you didn't say exactly all the points. It won't do anything. In fact, they rejected this. They rejected it.
Cruel and messed up place. You don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things. And an agency causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political. It's basic human empathy. Now, I thought that statement was perfectly fine. My issue with it is she didn't have to make it. Yes. She was basically forced to come out and say her opinion. So did these freaks finally back off once Emaru made her opinion about ICE clear? No. Of course not.
This is actually, I'm going to say, this Nazi response, they call it. This is great. This is great. Because this is now, I'm actually going to say it. I'm glad she did at this point. Because now we have on camera, on channels like Shoe on Head and all the other channels that are responding, millions of views. We can actually have a textbook example of what happens when you bend the knee to the mob. Nothing. So I hope that everyone who watches this now sees this and says, oh, wait, well then what's the point? I'm not going to do it. At this point, I'm not going to do it. Nazi response? Come on, guys. Let me see. What were you saying? Yeah, as a Christian, I hope the cross necklace about Pam Bondi's neck becomes as heavy as a boat anchor defending those people. WTF is going on. Oh, you're talking about the Epstein situation. Yeah, the Epstein situation is not the only thing. There are a few things that Pam Bondi said that I don't like when she was clearly planning to infringe on First Amendment rights. It's just, no. But, I'm not sure I would say this because at the end of the day, I always want everyone to be a Christian. So at the end of the day, I still hope. I don't want to be like, oh, you should. But it's not what you're saying. But I wouldn't want it to become. She should take that cross away. No. I still think, in fact, if anything, she needs it even more if she's doing that kind of stuff. But then again, that's that. Let's go.
Nazi response. TLDR, go f yourself with your PR apology.
See?
And there it is. Of fucking course, she's another dumb
Girl. Watch. This is what happens.
Well, we are not as dumb as you look. You're still a racist chud, but continue to enjoy the money you get from your incel audience because they're disgusting, just like you. All I hear is, I support Israel and my name is Emaru. Wait, what? Where the f did Israel come from? What? I don't like to talk about politics equals I'm a Nazi and I'm ashamed of my opinions. Everyone knows what's up. She's a fascist in disguise and is squirming. Emaru, you are garbage Nazi-loving c***. You got orange around your mouth. Say F you, Asmongold. If you're neutral, you might as well say you're MAGA. Stand for something, ho. That's what Trump wants, for everyone to be quiet about it. The idea of get off the internet is so...
Look at the face of this imbecile. And then the incels are... Look at this. This is... Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is the kind of people that I despise the most. I've made it my life purpose to be everything they think I am. I will exactly be everything they think I am. On X, I'm insane. Everything I post on X is to trigger them. Everything I post.
Ignorant. This dumb cunt needs to shut her fucking mouth. Thank God her down...
That guy would be a feminist, by the way. By 100%. He just told a woman to shut up. But then if you ask him, he's like, oh no, I'm pro women's rights.
Full is happening. I've been hating on her since day one and knew something was off about her.
Yeah.
Not a good statement. She implicitly disavowed ICE, but not so much the actual Trump admin. Yeah, you disavowed ICE, but what about the whole Trump administration?
What about Trump, huh? Oh my gosh.
They're like literally the mouse from If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. I was like reading that book to my toddler the other day and I was like, oh my god, this is literally Twitter. You cannot give them an inch, dude. Of course are incel fans swooping in to protect the poor little 28-year-old. Ah yes, incels. Known for defending women online. What? What the f does the word incel even mean anymore? Does it just mean man now?
Yes.
It just means man. Man I do not like. I had
men who don't identify as women.
no idea this was a thing until yesterday. How come no one told me Emaru low-key a femcel? Femcel! Emaru's a femcel! Oh my do people just not know what words mean anymore?
No.
How are they coming to these conclusions?
Cel means celibate, you absolute...
I mean, have you looked at her? I mean, look at her. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at her. Yeah, sorry, I don't see it. I think you guys just might be...
no, you don't see it, I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now. You know what I see? I'll tell you what I see. Come on, goodness gracious.
Look at her. Just look at her. Look at her.
Yeah, it's right there, guys. Can you see it? Axis. This is World War II. Hirohito. Getting ready. That's what it is, the Axis.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see it. I think you guys just might be mentally ill. We need to do something about these male-centered women. Okay, first of all, nothing is more male-centered than centering your life around hating men. Men just live rent-free in your fucking head. Take it up with God, go to therapy, do literally anything else than make it our problem. Fuck her, and especially fuck her bestie Asmongold. I hope they get kirked. 30-year-old woman too scared
Did you see that? Oh, the tolerant. The tolerant, right? This is it. Look at this example of the tolerant party. Look at it. Party of love.
30-year-old woman too scared to say f*** ICE to keep her incel audience happy. Let's hope she gets abused again. Couldn't happen to a better person. Next time this cunt is assaulted, I'm gonna laugh and laugh. F*** her and f*** ICE and f*** you if you support this cunt. Emaru deserved what Miskiff did to her.
I support Emiru now. I'm gonna make it. This is gonna be cut into a video. I hope it does well with the... I'm gonna put links to everything Emiru does. I don't even watch it because it's not my kind of thing. I don't watch that. I don't care. I'll put all the links just to spite this. But you have to put me in that.
Emaru for supporting ICE. I genuinely hope this bitch gets... Oh, okay. I reported that one.
Yes.
Holy shit. What is wrong with these people? See, you don't understand.
They've been radicalized.
I'm good guy, which makes it okay for me to say f***ed up things about bad guy. You think saying that to someone is f***ed up? Well, you should be abused too.
They are the new Nazis.
Because you're probably also bad guy. It's called being on the right side of history, Chud. Look it up. Nazis
I know, Daniel. That's the reality we are living in, my friend.
Deserve death, and silence is compliance. May I just remind the audience that this is what she said.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Nazi that deserves death.
Yeah, that sounded like one of those speeches, you know, from the balconies, Third Reich and whatnot. That's what it sounded like a Panzer Divisionen. That's what it sounded like. Take it up with God. They don't like... Yeah, I mean, they don't. You're right. Yeah, but eventually they'll have to.
What? After making her terrible statement full of lies, Emaru decided to follow right-wing grifter Shoe on Head.
I told you they call it right. They're the socialist. I mean, at this point, I know Shoe on Head technically is left-wing, but she's more like what the Democrats used to be 30 years ago. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think these days, I know everyone now, the left calls her a right-winger. But to be honest, she's like a centrist. That's what what do you guys think? I kind of want to know what you think. To me, at this point, she's just a freaking centrist. Because this is not, yeah, exactly. It's a centrist. Come on. She doesn't, it's impossible. The whole left, not the whole left, but I'm saying all of these left-wing speakers and major persona, plus all of their audiences, call her a far right. Well, I'm extremist right, as you'll see in the next video we'll watch. We'll watch a video. We'll hear someone say that apparently I'm an extremist. Me. This is the so Emiru is Axis from the Japanese side. I guess I'm Axis from the Italian. Fascist Giovanni Gentile. You say she's left wing. I think she maybe center left, but again, the left hates her. Look at it. They want her dead. So can we go, what? You say Tottenham left everyone? Yeah, they're so kind, aren't they? Exactly. That's what pisses me off. It is what I know that me and Shuan have the exact same enemies. I know that. 100%. I know that.
Of course Emaru is now following a fellow pathetic pick-me for being quiet about ICE. They both don't want to piss off their 100% right-wing gooner fan base. For the record, my fan base is probably like 70% right-wing and 80% gooner. Okay, but for some reason, they didn't mind when I came out and harshly criticized ICE in my last video.
It is actually true. A lot of our supporters are right-wing. It's actually kind of funny.
Yes,
See, the opposite is difficult. It can happen, but it's rarer.
Disagreed, but for the most part, they didn't care. As long as you aren't preaching from an ivory tower with no nuance, rhyme, or reason, people don't care. I'll say some shit like, we should decommodify housing, and the right-wingers in my audience are just like, okay, commie mommy. These people cannot fathom a universe where people just disagree. Oh, you're just scared. You don't want to upset your chud audience. I upset my chud audience every goddamn day. You're the ones terrified of your own fucking cult. God forbid you only agree with 99% of the hive mind approved opinions. God have mercy on your soul. True. I do not envy you. Once you bend the knee to these people, once you apologize or capitulate, it's over. These people don't actually want an apology. They want to humiliate you. They want to drag you down. At the end of the day, they have found a socially acceptable way to bully people. That's what this is. A lot of people in response to...
I know, call me mommy. It was funny. She's Lady Stalin. She's Lady Stalin. Ray Gonzalez, if you are World War II Italy, then I'm Super Franco. I would imagine, yeah. I guess, I see the
Emaru's statement were like, why did you apologize to the mob? You know, you bent the knee, you're a coward. And honestly, people don't realize how insane it can get. These people, the cult of the cry bully, they come in swarms, they get in your head, they prey on your empathy, they isolate you from your friends, they make you feel like a terrible person for having milquetoast normal ass opinions, or in this case, no opinion. And when you are someone who is not used to dealing with these types of people, or you are someone in like a vulnerable state of mind, it is very easy for these cult-like tactics to work. This shit works especially well with women in particular, not to be sexist, but it's just true. Honestly, you know, now that I think about it, the only people who are immune to this are like autistic people. I swear to God, people on the spectrum are immune to the cry bully tactics. What happened is Emaru just saw like a shit ton of people who were mad at her, and she wanted to do the correct thing. Unfortunately, this is just gonna make it worse. And they're moving on to one of their favorite tactics.
The big question in everyone's mind is, well, are you still friends with Asmongold?
No. Come on, no. If she's friends with that, no. Based Roach King.
It is appreciated that you are taking a stand and clarifying the clip. You do continue to be vague about how deep your associations with Asmon are. So hopefully you've cut ties with that hate-mongering Nazi troll Asmon, right?
Yeah, right.
Glad you made this and owned up to it, but you're still friends with Asmongold.
Guilty by association. There is, guys. There is.
So it doesn't read as earnest. Almost a decent explanation, but the elephant in the room is that your friendship with Asmongold is holding this back from seeming sincere. Okay, now what about your best friend Asmongold? Denounce Asmon or I'm not taking this seriously. You're friends with Assmold.
Because that's what they do. Now this is important. So, not only if you apologize, it doesn't work. You make the apology, you bend the knee, unless you repeat everything, it's not going to work and they're going to still call you a Nazi and whatnot. But then they take the next step because there is a precedent now. Also, when we put pressure, then she does do it. Okay, this is the next thing you need to do. And it will never end. They will own your channel. They will own your voice. They will own your mind. And then everything, because you will start doing all these things, then you will lose the parts of your audience that were like, what's going on? I mean, this is not you. You're just saying what they want you to say. Then I don't want to talk. Like, it will happen. And so now they will become the audience, the mob. And so now you have to, as a creator, because if you don't comply, they will leave you too. And then you've got nothing. And I'm not gonna say a name because I don't want to start a channel war. But I think there is a channel in the community of the sword that did exactly that. And that's exactly what happened. And now they have to be very careful what titles they put. And it's quite clear. I'm going to leave it at that.
And
I'm pretty sure she's still friends with Asmongold.
Now, whatever you think of Asmongold, he is friends with Emeru. They are friends, even though they disagree with each other. Crazy, right?
I literally said, like, I don't agree with the things he says. Like, what do y'all want me to do? Like, fucking shoot him on stream?
Yes, that is what they want you to do.
That's exactly it.
Around 2018, I was facing nearly daily harassment for being friends with someone who was on the right. Hundreds of people were on my ass like every day. They were calling my job. They got emails of my family members. It was like nonstop. Now, this person was a good friend of mine, but in order to get all these people off my back, I did probably the cringiest thing ever, and I publicly disavowed her. Publicly disavowed a friend of mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that she recognized the mistake. Never do that. That's what people want me to do with Shadiversity. I will never do it. I know there are entire Reddits that they hate me, apart from my views, but specifically because he's associated with, he defended him. Yes, I did, and I will, every time it happens. Why? Because Shad, to me, is a good man. I think he's cringe a bit when he talks about Hema, I'll be honest. So am I, by the way. I'm the freaking lord of cringe. I could give him lessons on how to be cringe. And there are some, like his takes on AI, I disagree. His political takes, we're very similar, but there are things where I think he's further right than me. I'm just going to say it. I'm kind of center right. He's more right than me, but it's fine. Who cares? All I care to me is that when my channel was mass demonetized, no one of all these YouTubers that were like, yeah, let's collaborate, let's do this, let's do that, no one did or said anything but him. And when the channel was mass demonetized, they stayed mass demonetized for maybe a couple of weeks. And we didn't know if we were ever going to get monetization back with a mortgage on our shoulders. My wife is anxious. Shad made a whole video to say, look, Metatron has been demonetized. And I received a lot of donations, but it's not about the money. It's about the man stood up for me. And when this happened, I went to my wife, she was crying, and I hugged her, and I told her everything is going to be okay. Look, Shad is helping us, and now, look, we received these donations, it's going to be okay. And I could make my wife feel better thanks to him. This, to me, means that I will be his friend for the rest of our lives. The only way in which I could ever think, I'm not going to associate with you anymore, if someone does something like, hey, by the way, Shadow was in the Epstein files and he went to the island. I'm sorry, man. I thought you were a different person. I'm not going to hang out with you. I mean, then no. Yes. Or if you are like some kind of, like something like Hassan Piker saying you need to go. If Shad started saying we need to shoot every liberal in the country because I disagree with them, let's go out with a gun. Yeah, no, at that point, I'm like, man, I would call him. I would be like, hey, are you okay? What's going on? Like, I wouldn't immediately, I would try to talk to the guy, see what's going on. That's what friends do. But it needs to be something extreme. Because if the idea is I'm going to stab a good friend who stood up for me in the back because it offends other people who hate me anyways, what kind of man would I be? Is that a man? It's not a man. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Daniel, Shadiversity is definitely a key member in the community of the sword. He showed true character for helping you like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. So they have TDS, ADS, EDS. They have all of them, yep. And every other DS except for Nintendo. I wish they only had the Nintendo. Thank you. The chick saying all these horrible things about her is literally dressed up like a strega. You're right. Strega means witch in Italian. You can't make this stuff out. Che diavolo. Yep. You're right. Like I said last time, they already hated her. You're absolutely right. This was just a convenient excuse to let loose. Yeah, for plenty of people, yes, but others, like audience minions, they just followed it. And yeah, that's it. So I will never stab a friend on the back, regardless of their politics, by the way. You're a decent person. You're decent. Great. Of course, if you're some kind of extremist, it's difficult that you're an extremist. Real extremist, and you're also decent, unless like you got radicalized, maybe we can talk. But otherwise, we have different politics. Who care? You're a decent person. Then we can talk and discuss about economy. We can discuss about social aspects. We can discuss about religion or atheism. There are a lot of things that I think we lost the ability to talk. And here we are.
Over political differences. Now, for those of you who are new here, that sounds like something I would never do, but I did it. I bent the knee to a faceless mob of people who hate me. And in return, I received nothing.
Of course.
The harassment didn't stop, the hate didn't stop. Well, needless to say, karma is real, and the same thing happened to me years later. I was publicly disavowed by friends over political differences. This story ultimately does have a good ending. Me and my friend from 2018, we made up years ago, but looking back on all this in 2026 is extremely embarrassing. And if I knew what I knew now, I would have just told those people to go fuck themselves. But in the moment,
this helps us put into perspective Emiru. Emiru is shoe on head in 2016. She doesn't know. She didn't know. She made a mistake. That's why I say don't go, like I've seen people like on my side go there and say, oh, you bent the knee to the leftist mob, how dare you, you're disgusting. No, don't do that, then you're doing the same. Be decent. We need to be able to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, unless they're on the head, I guess. She made a mistake. She'll learn. Oh, she'll learn, all right.
It's incredibly stressful, and you just kind of want it all to stop. And you will do whatever you can to make it stop. Right. So I understand why Emiru came out and made a statement. I just really hope she doesn't wind up disavowing friends over political differences like I did. It was a huge mistake, and it is not worth it. Because
no, Emiru should watch this video. I really hope she does. I really hope so. Because otherwise she might, since she already kind of bent the knee. I'm afraid that now the next thing is she's going to disavow Asmongold, even though Asmongold stood by her like a trooper. So there is that. Shah Diversity has been catching hell constantly ever since he came out as a devout Christian conservative, so much for the tolerant left. Yeah, I know. I know, and it's also because he's friends with people that are deemed as extremist and whatnot, even though at this point, again, you will see, the next video, you'll see who consider the kind of people that think that I'm an extremist. So you'll see next video. We're almost done.
Because you're going to find yourself surrounded by people who see you as a temporary ally and not a real friend. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a never apologize person. You should apologize if you actually do something wrong, if you actually wronged someone. But you shouldn't apologize to like a nebulous, faceless mob of people while facing down a barrel of a gun. There is nothing that she could say and no amount of money she could donate that could convince me she's not a soulless ghoul like all the men she's happily surrounded herself with for years. There is nothing you can ever do to please these people, so why bother? They will not be happy until you kill yourself, and even then they will dance on your grave.
100%. That's why I went so ballistic, by the way. If I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it. After the death of Charlie Kirk, one thing that I've realized is that could have been me because we shared the same enemy once again. And I realized that his wife could have been my wife in that position. Like my wife being a widow now and having to deal with all of this rotten, disgusting Reddit and Blue Sky people that I know they would laugh on my grave. And that's the moment it clicked with me. I'm like, that could have been me. Why are they laughing? And by the way, I also attacked people that were laughing at Peter Starmer. Not Starmer, Reiner. Did I say it right? Peter Reiner. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Because it's wrong to laugh at someone who dies. And that's... I mean, if you do that, then there's something wrong. You need to touch grass. You live online. Mingle with people. Get a girl. Get a guy. If you whatever, go out. Go to dinner. Have fun in your life. Because Rob Reiner, I apologize for the wrong name. Yeah, Rob Reiner, I defended. And I hated his politics. The guy was cringe as F. But he didn't deserve to be being stabbed by your own drug-addicted son. It's awful. So I would never laugh at something like that. It's just wrong. If someone dies, I put myself in their position. Like when I imagine that situation, I imagine if it was me and I'm like sleeping next to my wife and then someone comes in and I'm just woken up for those few moments while I hear her scream while she's being stabbed and I can't do anything. It's like this is we're losing the humanity and that's the same thing when I imagine Charlie Kirk, when I don't think he had any time to really realize what was going on. If it's true that his spine was severed, I doubt. I don't know. But in general, I just put myself in the shoes of the kids, the mom, his parents as well. Like, where is the humanity? It's gone. And I don't do that. And even more so, if you're a Christian, you should not celebrate anyone's death like that. Like, even more so. I'm going to say it because I always say things like, hey, Jesus is Lord. I say that. And I know all my Christian people, they like it, great. But also we need to take the responsibility. We follow the master. And laughing at someone's death, I've seen this happen actually. On X, I saw this this like 24-year-old, clearly mentally troubled. And because I think he was driving a bus, and someone used the other pronoun because it's a transgender person, and they offed themselves. He actually offed him, but he jumped on a train, I think. And then there were people that were laughing, and I see Christ is Lord in the name. Come on. It's a tragedy. Clearly it was someone who had severe mental problems, and it is a tragedy. There's nothing to laugh about when someone loses their lives. And in fact, I'm telling you this much. If someone enters this house, you know that I live in a castle doctrine state. Someone enters this house, I will do anything I have to defend my family. I think this is the same for you. I believe we all agree with that. But even if I had to, and I succeed, because I could fail, but let's say that I succeed. I'm lucky, okay? And I succeed, and I take out someone who wanted to hurt my family. I'm still not laughing. I'll do it, because it needs to be done. My family first, and then I'll pray to God and I'll say to accept his soul, because I did the same. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm not trying to be like, look at me, but I'm just saying, if any of you is young, okay, it's fine if people think I'm arrogant because of what I'm saying, let them think. But if you're young and you look up to me, which I know some people do, believe it or not, then I'm just saying that's the right thing to do. I had a massive enemy online, and his name was Mr. Imhotep from the Afrocentric community. He has pushed all sorts of lies against me, but he died at age 30. I made a video publicly, and I sent my heart to his family. That's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do.
With everything going on right now, like, is this really a video about cancel culture in 2026? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. First of all, you should expect that. You clicked on a shoe on a head video. But second of all, yeah, I feel like this is kind of important to talk about. I feel like this type of thing is part of the reason we are where we are right now. This type of stuff drives people away from the left. And more importantly than that, it's just evil. I saw some leftists covering Emaru being canceled, and they were like, the cultural shift is here. Woke 2.0, we don't play around. We're mean now. Woke 2.0? Because woke 1.0 worked out so well for you guys in the country, right? You're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not double down and get worse. I don't know how you can look at the last 10 years and be like, we have got to get more annoying. Like, what are you doing? Attacking normie streamers for not wanting to be involved in political discourse? Also, I feel like this goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not smearing, like, the left as a whole, okay? This isn't fucking Fox News. This isn't the Nuxanor channel. I'm well aware there are plenty of left-wing people, especially in my audience, who
the blue Jew has been mentioned.
Feel the same way I do. I'm talking about a certain faction of the mostly online left. I was about to say it's like a loud minority, but I don't even think it's a minority anymore. I think it's like a majority. Like,
it is. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I feel like I'm one of the only ones like holding down the fort. Like me and Anna Kasparian. And every day I'm called a right-wing grifter for being like, hey, maybe we can focus on the issues that like actually affect the working class. You know, things that actually help people, not stupid fucking shit like going after e-girl cosplay streamers. Like, can we just get back to the fact that we are all being ruled by satanic billionaire pedophiles who may or may not be eating children, please? Thank you. In conclusion, Emaru did nothing wrong.
Yes.
People are tired of having politics shoved down their throat. And you don't need to speak about things you don't want to speak about. You don't have to do that. You don't have to say the line, actually. This is mass psychosis, rivaling on 2020. These people are trying to socially ostracize this woman for not putting like a black square on her Instagram. They're just mad at Emaru for not doing like the ice bucket challenge or some shit. Like that's basically what is happening here. If you are going to streamers for political information, you are cooked. If you are going to shoe on head for political information, you are deep fried. So that was that little video.
That was great. Okay, I loved it. That was great. We're gonna move on to the next one now. And I'm going to show you, since we are on the topic of cancellation, a YouTuber, another YouTuber, on this very platform. Yeah, they tried to cancel him for associating with yours truly. So how about we check this one out? Mate, this stream is gonna be spicy. So let me put... 1 second, please. Okay, guys. This is a YouTuber that I've already shown a couple of times because this is a cool guy. We do collaborations together. We react to each other. One could say we farm each other for views, but you know what it is. You know the spiel. You know how it works. Now, problem is that apparently I am too much of an extremist, so this is not something that people are gonna accept. So we're talking about, this video is about me, so we gotta watch it, right? Alright, so Evildea, friend of the channel. And believe it or not, we collaborate on the language space, because for those who don't know, I have a second channel called Metatron's Academy. It's at 150,000 subs, and all I do on that channel is languages, full stop, nothing else. And that's the channel we collaborate together. But no, they went for him. So are you ready, guys? Let's have a look.
What's up, grinders? Welcome back to the channel. So today I'm going to do a react to an email. Normally I wouldn't do this, but this email I've received a couple of times now, not from the same person, but from a few different people, and I've even seen comments about this, and I feel like this is definitely something that I need to get ahead of before people think that this is acceptable behavior. And the behavior I mean is what I'm going to show you in this email. Okay, so before we do that, I do want to say, please don't go out and email me. Unless you're trying to point my attention to an actual fraud that exists in the language space or something like a really dodgy app or sales tactic or something, because it's just, I do not have time to respond to every email.
Fair.
Like, I understand you guys have got language questions. Like, I get that, but you shouldn't be emailing a YouTuber and asking for bespoke responses. Like, I have a YouTube channel for that. I have a Discord community for that. If you really, really, really want to make contact with me, hit that join button, become a member, and you can join the special section in Discord where I like to hang out, okay? And that's your best way of getting in contact with me. But don't email me. It's not because I don't love you and I'm just milking you for money. The second part is true. I am milking you for money. But it's because, realistically, if I don't respond, you're going to think I'm an ass and I'm going to feel like an ass. And realistically, I have received a lot of emails and I do feel like an ass for not responding.
I sympathize.
But this email, this needs to be spoken about because this type of behavior is unacceptable.
Yes.
Okay? So let's read the email. Now, the email says hi. That's how it starts, okay? Now, first up, I don't know if this is an Australian perspective on things, but generally if I start an email with hi, it means I know the other person I'm talking to, and it's like we have a relationship between us. We've established some type of relationship. However, if I don't know you, I'm going to put your name in there. Otherwise, this feels a little bit rude. But this may be my personal perspective as an Australian writing an email. I would actually love to know what your perspective is on this, guys, because my wife is Chinese. She says you always need to put the name in. Anyway.
Yeah, for me, I think I would have said, hello, good evening. Hi is a little informal. It's like your friends, but whatever. What's up, Metatron? Absolutely love what you're doing here on YouTube. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you very much, Fox Mulder FBI. Appreciate, man, if the FBI supports me, you know what? Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go. Do you think hi is weird? His chat agrees with you, Evildea. You heard nothing. Check this out.
I have followed your channel for years. I learned to understand spoken Esperanto and improved my English from many, many videos from you I watched. So definitely a long-time fan, okay?
Yes.
However, it is so bad that you are trying to ride on his followers. Now, you can see that this person wrote this email almost without thinking because they just assumed I know who his followers are. Like, I've responded and made reacts to many people before. Now, later on in the email, they clarified they're talking about Metatron. It becomes very obvious very quickly they're talking about Metatron. But the fact that you didn't even bother to introduce the name of the person that you're writing an email about straight up just shows that you've kind of written this without thinking it through. Okay?
Man, we're getting a full psychological breakdown of one of my Reddit haters. Let's go.
Okay. It's just pretty bad. Now, also, funnily enough, most people think I'm more like riding the coattails of Oriental Pearl. That's the recent comments I've been getting. A lot of people think because I'm a dude and I made some videos and I defended Oriental Pearl and like a debate that happened between her and abroad in Japan that I must be a simp. It's kind of crazy that people think that a dude cannot respect a woman. Yep, online. I know, fucking crazy shit, but it is what it is. Okay, the guy says that there is nothing wrong with being proud of your ethnicity. Okay, so this here is in reference to this part down here where Metatron made a video on being racist against white people.
Yep.
And I think Metatron's stance is, and he can correct this if he wants, is that, you know, it's okay to be a white person. And realistically, it is. You can be a white person if you want.
Based, although it's funny that he says you can be a white person if you want. Like, I guess you can, you know, it's like, so if you're creating a character in D&D and you get to choose. But anyways, I'm just nitpicking, of course, he misspoke. Doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. It's okay to be white. Let's go. Let me tell my wife everything is fine. She was asking me if I needed anything. All right, starting strong, Evildea. Let's go.
However, I will add to this that I think it's kind of stupid if you're proud of your ethnicity. And this is not like a white specific thing. If you're proud that you're white, you're proud that you're black, you're proud that you're yellow, you're proud that you're a fucking pretzel, I don't care. It's kind of stupid. In fact, if someone says to me, hey, I'm proud I'm white, or I'm proud I'm black, that tells me that you have achieved nothing in your life because that's the only thing that you're proud of. You're literally...
Okay, so that's an interesting perspective. I disagree with it, but I do appreciate that he applies it coherently. Did you notice that? That's very important, because the problem with people is that they, and that's what I attack on my video, Can You Be Racist to White People, is the double standards. Like, and we see this in AI, we see this in a lot of discussions about this topic. So at least for him, it's stupid to be. I understand the point of view. I'll tell you what I think. I'll give a response to this. But I appreciate that he's applying it consistently. He's not just saying it's stupid if you're proud of being white, but if it's a black person, you can do it. No, he's being intellectually consistent. And even though I disagree, because I think that he's using ethnicity as race only, might be wrong. I'll see what else he says. Ethnicity is more than that. Then I do think that it's fine to be proud of the achievements of your nation, culture, civilization, history. I think that's fine. But it's also fine not to be. I don't particularly care. Anyways, let's see. I'll let him finish.
Proud of something that is an immutable characteristic that you did not even set into motion. It was literally your mum who created you.
Yeah, exactly. So he's talking about phenotypic traits, the immutable characteristics. So he's using, I would respond to you like this, Evildea, if you want to talk about this on a live stream, be more than happy to do it. But I'm saying ethnicity doesn't mean race. Race is one thing. Ethnicity includes the culture. It does include the ancestral genome, the fact that we look alike. Usually when we are from a specific ethnic group, we tend to look alike, but it also includes language, it includes culture, it includes religion. There are a lot of, it's a lot deeper. So I think the kind of pride that I think anyone can have, whether you be white, African, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Southeast Asian, German, whatever the heck, is the kind of stuff that when someone comes to me and tells me, man, Italians really know how to cook pasta, or if they tell me, man, there's nothing better than an Italian sports car, I feel a little, you know what I mean? And I'm sure you have your own, but in your own country, but it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, yeah, it's one of us. Like, you know, we do this. It's funny. The Italians, we're good at making cars. So like that kind of pride is not the same as the kind of stuff that becomes devious. But then again, I also understand this point of view. It's like, no, you should be proud of your personal achievements. I have nothing against that. It's not the way I feel. I think it's fine. And by the way, the Japanese, when I was in Japan, every time I would say, man, it's so cool that you Japanese know all of these kanji and the samurai is so cool. The Japanese were always like, oh, so this, it was so, you could tell. And that's what I'm talking about when, you know, you can be proud of whatever the heck. And that's that.
mum and your dad. It was a combined effort. Although, let's just say mum, she did a bit more effort there in the beginning.
True.
But, like, there's nothing that you contributed in the ethnicity department. Like, realistically. So why the fuck would you be proud of that? It just seems stupid. So don't go down in the comment section and be like, I'm proud that I'm white. I'm proud that I'm black. If you're proud that you're a pretzel, okay, maybe there was something you did there. But, like, overall, don't. It's just stupid, bro. It's just stupid. Okay, anyway.
Let's go.
While. Okay. So now we've got a conjunction happening here. We see mass deportation of Latin American people in the USA, Arab and Muslims in literal concentration camps in Europe, the genocidal TikTokers dancing away their war crimes while exploiting houses of displaced people. What? Breath. Okay, so as you can see, I just got hit with the entire crimes of the universe. No, actually, that's incorrect. This is a very American and a very European perspective, maybe.
Yes.
Funnily enough, Israel is basically a European perspective, like perspective on the world. I don't see anything about the mass genocide that's happening in, Sudan at the moment, or what's happening, in different parts of Africa, or what's happening over in China with, fucking various different groups. Like, this is a very, very American perspective on politics. And apparently, Metatron made a video called Being Racist Against White People, which, by the way, I watched, guys. This is the video.
Thank you.
You can watch it. It's basically him talking about the evolution of the word racist and why we should not redefine the word racist, okay? Now, if you're confused about redefining the word racist, that's what we're going to get into right now. So he says, his video on being racist against white people just shows that he either does not understand racism, a tool of oppression used by the ruling class, which is unthinkable given his knowledge of history, or worse, he understands it and chose a side. Okay, so we have two definitions of racism.
I'll answer to the hater. I understand it, and I chose a side.
Going at war here, and as a language channel, this be my shit. This is what I'm going to talk about. First, we need to sit.
I'm actually curious to see what he thinks. I'm actually curious to see what he thinks about the definition of racism. But can I know where these, Muslims in literal concentration camp? You use the word literal. This is not symbolic, hypothetical. It's literal. Where are these concentration camps in Europe of Muslims? What is he on about? Like, these people live in fantasy land. This is cuckoo.
Okay, so let's start by defining each camp's battlegrounds, where their battle lines are. Metatron.
Yes.
It's basically a Neanderthal when it comes when it comes to fucking the definition of racism. He's like, ooh, I white. Ooh, you black. If I hate you, I racist. If you hate me, you racist.
That's exactly it. Yes, you're correct. I use the same definition of racism that we have been using from the Paleolithic all the way to 15 minutes ago. So that's a correct representation of my position on what racism means. Thank you.
Because we have different... Ooh, you black. If I hate you, I racist. If you hate me, you racist, because we have different skin color. If that's the reason why, okay. That's what racism is to him. I hate you because of your skin color and nothing else, I'm a racist.
Yes.
Now, your definition, let's just say, is a little more modern, okay? It's got a whole matrix that works behind it, and I'm going to be realistically, this new definition of racism, it doesn't work for me.
Thank you.
The definition is basically, you've got the oppressor, which apparently is a certain ethnicity, and then you've got the oppressed, which is a certain ethnicity or various ethnicities, and then if it goes from top to bottom, like someone attacks someone down below due to their skin color, that's racism, but if it goes in the reverse direction up, I've been told that that's not racism, that is discrimination. Now, to me, this makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to be honest right now. Okay?
Thank you.
I work with Metatron's definition.
Based.
If you hate someone just due to their skin color...
I want to hear that again.
I work with Metatron's definition. If you hate someone just due to their skin color, I don't care their skin color, you're a racist in my eyes. And I'm going to say probably in 95% of people's eyes, that's the definition that they operate by. If you ask someone on the street what their definition of racism is, that's pretty much racism, okay? So I understand that you're working via a more like academic sense of the word.
Academic being an insult in this case. If you know, you know.
Word racism, but this is not how most people operate, okay? That's just not how they operate. And why I say that I don't like this definition is simple for one reason. In Australia, as a white guy, I guess in your matrix, I would be in the oppressor group, okay? If I shat on a Chinese person, for those who don't know, my wife is Chinese, just due to them being yellow-skinned, okay, I would be the racist, okay? But if someone who was Chinese here did it in reverse, they would just be discrimination. However, it is easy for me to flip that dynamic. All I gotta do is jump on a plane, fly to China, and then have a Chinese person shit on me just due to my skin color, which, by the way, has happened in the past, and no longer if I did it back to them, would I be a racist? I would just be discriminating them. So in Australia, I could literally, according to this definition, shit on a Chinese person, be called a racist, go to China, do the exact same thing, and then just be committing discrimination.
Yeah, not a racist anymore. Come on. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I'm going to add a little extra thing. It is a justification to perpetrate their hatred towards white people because it's the targeted group. And it's a mental manipulation linguistic technique used to try and confuse you and be like, no, you can't be racist if you're non-white towards white people. No, so that they can do it, so that they can get away with it. Not on my watch. I really appreciate he just destroyed. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it is.
Nation. Do you see how that makes no sense to me?
Thank you.
To me, it is much more simple to keep the word simple, as in, if you do it based on skin color, you're a racist. And that's what the operation,
exactly.
that is my operandum, that I work by.
Same.
In the Discord that we've got, because, we've got a rule against no racism in the Discord. That's how we operate, okay? None of this, new fancy schmancy terminology. I don't care. Now, I'm also going to add, though, if I put you and Metatron down in a room and I said you're not allowed to use any fancy words, tell me. And I asked Metatron, Metatron, if I shat on someone just because they're black, what would I be? And he'd say racist. And then I said, if a black person did that to me, and he said racist.
Racist.
And then I'd go, okay. And if I asked you the same thing, okay, let's not even use the word racist here. Is it bad to shit on someone just due to their skin color? And you said yes. Then don't you agree fundamentally anyway? Don't you?
I understand the point he's making, and yes, the point he's making is, even if the guy on the other side, this clown that wrote him an email, he is trying to push this thing, if it's not systemic, then it doesn't count as racism. And the idea, the point that he's making, I'm just going to explain the obvious, is, right, but it's still a bad thing, right? And then he's expecting this guy to be decent and say, well, yeah, even if I don't call it racism, it's discrimination, and that's a bad thing. So fundamentally, he can find a point of agreement or intellectual overlap with me. Problem is, my friend, that he won't agree to that. Not this kind of person. Because if you can find, and there are, people that even though they have a different perspective on the meaning and the technicalities of it, but they tell you, yeah, no, it's a deplorable. This is my point, by the way. I say this all the time. Even if we played it by their rules, it is still a deplorable thing to do, to hate white people. For what? It's like there's just on the basis of us being white, it makes no sense. It's awful. But they won't, because they'll tell you, but it's the oppressor class. And I demonstrated on that video at the very beginning that they say not even white children deserve innocence for what the white race has done. So the likes of this will not grant you this point, Evildea. I will. I'll say, yeah, absolutely. You're right. This guy will not.
You think that you're both in agreement. You just don't like the definition he uses because it doesn't fit into your worldview, and he doesn't like the definition you use because it doesn't fit into his worldview. Okay? But essentially, at the end of the day, you both agree. Or at least I fucking hope you both agree.
No, he doesn't, my friend, but prove me wrong. But you can ask. He has got people in the comments, by the way. It's not just this email. Every time he shows my face on his thumbnail, because these people don't even watch, he gets, I've seen it, he gets 10, 15 people, 20 people saying, I can't believe you would show that far-right extremist Metatron white nationalist. How dare you? Unsubscribe. Yeah, he gets these people. None of those people will agree to this simple test of decency. They will find a justification as to why it's right to hate on white people. It's how it is. And I'm not saying everyone. I've seen a couple of comments that were fair. They were like, I can't stand Metatron. He's annoying. But you do whatever you want. It's fine. That's okay. They're not calling me names. He just personally doesn't like me. That's fine. Probably I wouldn't like him either. Him meaning the person in the comments. I can respect that. Not everyone has to be into me. The way I speak maybe can be annoying. I totally get it. I can be really annoying when it comes to being pedantic and that kind of stuff. I get it. But it's the people that do the cultist cancel culture mentality. They are scum. And I'm so glad he's not bending the knee. He's standing the ground. He's standing the ground. You know what? When I put a link, go subscribe, guys, because this guy, and I would like to underline, just so it's clear, me and him have different politics. This guy leans left on some things, more like a center, for what I understand. He did say that, and on some things he agrees with the right, on some things he agrees with the left. So I think when it comes, plus he's Australian, so his positions are different. I would consider he's like either a centrist or a centrist who's slightly left-leaning. But as you can see, he's standing the ground and he doesn't care, and he's not asking for my cancellation. So I strongly suggest you go subscribe to him. That's the kind of people that I appreciate. That's the kind of people that I appreciate. And do it also to annoy the email guy, because he literally accused him of writing on my audience. Let's make it happen at this point. Let's double his subscriber count. You know what I mean? Make him mad.
So, let's continue. I know for a long time that you are not very politically educated. I'm gonna say something right now. If you ever feel the need to email someone who you do not personally know and basically straight out insult them, because this is an insult, because you don't know what I know about politics, you don't know if I fucking have a diploma in this shit, you don't know if I'm fully engaged in this stuff, and in fact, I am. I actually know a lot.
He's like ex-military, isn't he?
A lot about politics. Yeah, being ex-military, being possibly needing to serve in multiple countries around the world. Yeah, I know a lot about politics, okay. I also own businesses. So it's kind of important to me to understand what's going on in politics. Like, I know a lot about politics.
Guy is he's a coder, by the way. He's a programmer, just so we know. It's not just that he's into languages, but he's also that.
And I can easily ignore that because your videos are fun, useful for language learners, and promote Esperanto. And being an Esperantist, you should probably know that I know about politics. But Metatron went from an okay history and language channel to a right-wing extremist supporter. Now,
I am an extremist, guys. That's me. The extremist. The guy who says, hey, how about we don't hate everyone? How about we don't hate anyone on the basis of race? How about we don't... No, that's an extremist. My gosh, Mussolini would be proud.
Say straight up, because your politics is all defined what's happening in America and the Europe, and it's not defined by what's happening in East Asia or in Africa or even in South America per se, I'm going to say that you're probably not that politically educated.
Thank you.
Maybe you do know about this stuff, but you obviously don't care about what's happening over in Africa and in Europe. Now, you might say it's because, like, I need to care about the stuff that's happening to me locally. And I'd say, okay, fine. I'm Australian. So I don't care what's happening in America. I know what's happening over there, but I don't care because I'm not American.
That's fair.
I'm also not European. Hell, I'm not an Israeli or in the Middle East. I care politically. I engage with what's most important to my world right now. That's what's happening in Australia, what's happening in New Zealand, what's happening in China, because that will economically impact on us. Now, yes, we trade with America. It's important to us. But at the same time, our trade deals with America, not much is going to happen there, okay? Yeah, they may have a little bit of a squabble here and there, left, right, and center, but at the end of the day, fucking nothing's going to happen. What happens with China is way more important to us. Makes sense. I politically know what's going on over there at all times, okay? I bet you don't. Okay, every day he's showing more of his extremist side. Okay, did I miss a part? Yes, every day it becomes more obvious that he's another guy swimming in the culture wars while promoting the worst side of it. I'm going to say, if you're engaged in the culture wars, whether left or right, as deemed from an American perspective of politics, because I have to keep saying that because it's very different depending on country you're in, you probably are just as dirty as everyone else in that space, okay? Because the culture war it's a whole heap of bullshit.
Oh my gosh, yes, I swim in fecal matter every day that I open X and I read the likes of Secular Talk, Destiny, Hassan Piker, and the likes. So yeah, that's actually, that's the latrine. That's a latrine overflowing onto the roads of Rome, my friends. The roads of Rome.
Most of it, like 90% of what's happening in the culture wars is just fucking bullshit. It's just people looking for something to fill a void in their life and talk about. Okay? So if your life has become so bad that you feel the need to email a random YouTuber who is in some way you deem associated with another political YouTuber about the politics of that other YouTuber and your own politics, then I'm going to say you're probably too deep down the rabbit hole and you need to get the fuck out, breathe some air, and just, step back into the real world.
He's absolutely right. And I'm not even a political YouTuber. I'm a variety content creator that sometimes decides, hey, this is nonsense, I'm going to talk about it because I'm not afraid of speaking my mind. So that involves politics as well, mostly within the spectrum of either culture war, video games. But a lot of the time, if you think about it, it's been reaction. It's been a reaction. In the sense that, yeah, if there are liars like Freda who spread misinformation about me, or the Afrocentrists who spread misinformation about me, I'm going to counter that with the truth. I'm going to do that. But in general, yeah, and of course after Charlie Kirk, I felt this calling, and I decided I wanted to do it because I thought I need to stand up. This is disgusting. But that was really a matter of human decency. It wasn't even the politics. It wasn't even the politics.
Now, additionally, you say, why do you associate with him? Do you plan to keep doing that?
The cultish behavior. It's the same thing that happened to Emiru. Are you going to disavow Asmongold? Same thing.
Now, if you didn't include this last line, I probably would have just ignored your email along with all the others. But this here, this is some cultish behavior right here. You're basically implying to me that if I plan to do this, if I reply to you and say, yes, I plan to keep reacting to him, because like YouTube, I don't know if you guys know this, but most YouTubers are not like friends as in like your mate you go out have a Barbie with type of thing. Even most streamers are not friends.
Yeah, of course.
We operate in the same space. He farms me for views. I farm him for views. We have a YouTube bromance where we make jokes and stuff. Our audiences like it. There's a bit of a crossover. So that's what we do. It's not like me and Metatron go down to the church and baptize our babies together. You know, him with his baby and me with my cat.
But they don't care about that. They don't care about that because to them is, well, you didn't say he's a far-right grifter, so...
Metatron go down to the church and baptize our babies together. You know, him with his baby and me with my cat. Fuck, I'm an atheist and he's a Christian. I'm not saying that they can't communicate, guys. I got no problems with Christians. My point being is, he's just another YouTuber who I chat with from time to time.
Yeah.
Just like all the other YouTubers. So are you saying to me that if I associate with anyone who you deem to be on the right wing of politics, because this whole fucking spectrum's a mess, okay, that you're going to cut me off? Well, then he can turn around and email me and say, Evildea, if you react to anyone who is a left-wing extremist supporter, well, there goes half of you, like, Esperanto YouTube. like, I'm fucking gonna lose everyone. I'm gonna have no one to communicate with, okay? And the crazy thing is, most people are gonna fall into either way to the far left or way to the far right, and I swear to God, the center is becoming more and more rare these days. And
it is because people have this idea that you have to call even slightly moderate people extremists. It's what it is, yeah.
Again, I say the center according to American perspective of politics, which as an uneducated or politically uneducated Australian YouTuber apparently doesn't know, I have to always specify from American perspective, because if I specify from Australian perspective, it doesn't really make too much sense, okay?
Yeah.
So, you should not be doing this. This
Exactly.
is some underhanded, cultish fucking weird-ass behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stepping a line.
A YouTuber to try and make them cut contacts with another YouTuber. Okay.
Unbelievable.
If after this you still feel the need that you can no longer watch me anymore, then I wish you your best on your merry way, and I hope you get out of whatever like circle you're within.
Yes.
And if you don't believe me that I interact
The circle is called Reddit.
with like fucking people on your side of politics, bro, everyone in the Esperanto YouTube space is in your side of politics. Everyone. And I react to them and I comment on their videos all the time. Okay, I've literally seen videos from Esperanto speakers, you know, trying to cancel the fucking Universal Congress over in America because of what's happening in American politics right now, from the American left-hand side of politics. And I'm still more than happy to talk with those guys. Okay? And the last thing I do want to add to this is, why do we feel the need that every single commentator, anyone who's an internet personality, whatever the fuck that may mean, needs to lay out their politics before you're happy to enjoy their content?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is it every fucking YouTuber, singer, actor, TikToker...
Hello, Yellow Flash Productions. Very nice to have you here as a guest. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Really appreciate that.
Guy with a fucking cat portfolio feels the need that this is my politics, and I cannot talk with you unless you're in my side of politics.
Yeah.
Over here, I have one rule, okay? As long as you're not a fraud, I'll chat with you. I'll be your friend.
Sounds good.
That's pretty much it. Hell, I've even had people that shit on me. I'm still happy to talk with them. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're not trying to sell some bullshit, I'm fine. Now, I know that last statement, you're going to be like, but he's selling bullshit in politics. Oh, God, here we go. All the politics is bullshit in some way or another, bro. If you're going to engage in that space, you're covered in bullshit, okay? Just get out of that fucking area and move on with your life. Okay, I hope I've made my stance quite clear. If anyone's enjoyed this video, let me know down in the comment section. You know, it'd be very fun to see if you guys can try figure... You know what? Label me down in the comment section. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm a far rightist? Do you think I'm a far leftist? Do you think I'm a communist? Do you think I'm a fascist? What do you guys think I am?
What do you guys think? I think he's center, maybe leaning left a little bit, but he's center. I think he's a centrist. Thank you so much, Adan Oliveira. I appreciate that you're a fan. Thank you so much. So anyways, this was fantastic to see. He got stormed by my enemies from Reddit and Blue Sky, and he stood the ground like a man. Like a man. And that's what I like seeing. I do appreciate seeing that for a change. You know, we've seen a lot of nonsense these days, so that's cool. Ainsley Michelle, OMG, I just found your channel. You're great. Thank you so much. You make so much sense to me. I'm 71 and I'm agreeing with you. Awesome. You have a new follower in me. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Sorry it took me a while to read your... I was kind of focused on this a little bit, but we're going to check out chat. And from New Hampshire. That's cool. And then we have Wade Away. Thank you. We got a lot of people on Rumble, I think. I always appreciate that. Thank you so much for stopping by, everyone. How is Kick doing? A little slow. I'm multi-streaming on 4 different platforms, and it seems like the connection is working. You should give him some hair. He just recently shaved his head. He recently shaved the head. Let me see. Fence rider. No, he's not a fence rider, because if he was a fence rider, either he wouldn't have said anything. Fence sitters do not take positions. He took a very strong position. And in fact, there will be people that will unsubscribe from him because he decided not to denounce me. And so that's the opposite of a fence sitter. Fence sitter are all scared. They're like, oh, I don't want to say anything. I'm so afraid I'm going to get confused. I'm going to get cancelled. So when people stand their ground, it's not fence sitting. It could be centrist, but not fence sitting. They're 2 different things, by the way. And very cool. Very cool, very cool. Let me see. Anyways, I appreciated this video very much. So we did that. Because you don't know that, but off screen on my second monitor, I have the list of topics that I wanted, or people that I wanted to react to, and topics that I wanted to cover, and I mark them in yellow every time we finish them. I like being organized for once in my life. It only took me 43 years to learn. Okay, so let me have a look. Yeah, I do have one more, but I don't want to talk about that right now. Let's oh yes, actually, there is one thing that I wanted to check, and it's from the Lex Fridman show. You remember that we've been watching this episode, but I've never finished it. This episode where Lex was interviewing this man, and there is one last section that I was curious to check out with you. It's not long. It won't take us a long time. And it's this professor. Now, the whole section, which was about the linguistic aspects of Akkadian, Sumerian, and then the Babylonians and their religion, I found it very interesting. The part where he talked about how he explains, understands, and translates cuneiform. We watched that. I loved it. I think this guy's a gem. The section where he talked about religion, specifically his antipathy towards monotheistic religions, and specifically, I think Christianity didn't say, but I think that I strongly disagreed and cringed monumentally. I think that part was awful. But I still like the guy. It's an example of I can disagree, but still think the guy is cool. We watched the section about this royal game of Ur, which was a game used in the, I believe, Bronze Age. So that was fantastic. He has one last part that it's called Evolution of Human Civilization. I am very interested, and I love talking about civilization. As I say, it's not long, so I wanted to have a look so that we can consider this video to be completed, and then we can move on to a completely new guest or a completely new channel, of course. Before I do that, let me make sure that everything is up to date, and I've got all the chat on the side in case you guys wanted to say something. Professor Dumbledore. Yeah, I like Lex, by the way. Lex Fridman, I like him. Cool. I have the same age of your son. That's cool. That's cool. Cool to know. Very nice. Zeus got old. Ooh, that's funny. Okay, so let's see what the professor thinks about the evolution of human civilization. My desktop is an absolute mess. I know for a fact. Every single stream, I accidentally show my desktop, so I already know that. It is what it is. I don't care. But it is a mess. It is a mess. And that's that. Let's go.
About the vengeful Almighty. He was, in the Old Testament, a very unpleasant and vengeful person. It was because of sin. It wasn't because of racket and playing the radio. It was sin. So they took one narrative and they recycled it for their own purposes.
The flood is a useful tool to punish people for whatever X is.
That's exactly right.
I didn't even click. I'm a Muppet.
There's so many questions I want to ask you.
Okay.
What wisdom do you think the people from whom these artifacts came had that the modern day humans may have lost, or lost in part or in whole?
Yeah.
So it's often, as you've spoken about, we see the ancient peoples as lesser, dumber, more primitive. And you've spoken about how they are basically the same.
I think you put them on a bus, all wearing the same clothes, you wouldn't know. That's my feeling.
But I'm sure there's some greater wisdom they had about certain things as we have greater wisdom about others.
Yep.
Thanks to Einstein, we figured out the curvature of space-time, which they didn't know about. But
they knew quite a lot about astronomy, though. Quite a lot about astronomy.
They stared at the stars.
Yeah, and they measured
Egyptians too.
Them, and they made calculations. And when the Greeks went to Babylon, they think, "Hey, man, this is really cool," and they wrote it all down and went home. Yeah, definitely. Well, I think it's a hard question to answer. But one of the things is that they were spared things which have cluttered up the essence of humanity.
Yes.
Because I think that the modern adherence to the electronic universe is disastrous for humans. And because it reduces the vitality of the human component. I think it's restrictive in a way that people don't realize until it's too late. Like drugs, if you take drugs now and again, you think, oh, it's fine. Then suddenly you realize you're addicted to heroin. It's a bit like that. People use the electronic world like an addictive drug, and they can't get through without it. And I think this is a very recent thing, but I suppose it's not, I'm a Luddite and say we shouldn't have railway engines and we shouldn't have kettles. But I think one of the things about the ancient world was that people never went anywhere unless they were merchants or soldiers. They never went anywhere. Probably people born and died in a village, and then their children born and died in the village, and they never knew anything about the outside world. Maybe very little. Sometimes there'd be a message, but in principle, they had no idea about other countries, other languages, or how big they were. So I don't think they had wisdom in a way that you could type out following precepts will make life better. Because they told lies and they esteemed the truth, and they fell in love and they committed adultery and they did murder and they did all the things.
Humans are humans.
I think in a way the ancient world allowed human beings to behave more naturally than it does now.
Yes.
The world in which we live. I mean, if you do live in a rustic environment or by the sea or you're a fisherman all those normal, real kind of things, then it's probably all right. But most people who live crammed in the cities live a very, very artificial life where the principles which they regard as ineluctably crucial are not ineluctably crucial. They're not one example is this.
He's excellent. He made a very good point. I wanted to find a good spot to stop for a second so I can interject, because I do need to make the video transformative in nature. Although, I'll be honest with you, I would just listen to the guy. He is right. Our lives are a lot more artificial. One type of wisdom that people from the past, whether it be the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, classical antiquity, but even prehistoric people, they would have had knowledge of skills that we don't need anymore. So I'm not only talking about the fact that the average Joe knew how to ride a horse, whereas for us, it's just either you're born rich and you're like one of those rich kids that learn horseback riding. Or maybe you have the passion and you decide you want to do it. But how many people actually know how to ride an animal within any given population cluster, particularly in first world cities? So not only, and I'm not just talking about these kind of practical skills, how to sew, how to knit. Heck, we have lost this from our grandparents. Our grandparents knew how to make pasta from scratch, knit, repair stuff. We throw everything away. People in the Middle Ages were freaking machines. Have you ever seen in details with a magnifying lens, and I say that because I did, the kind of clothing such as the doublets that were created in the 15th, 16th century, 14th century? When you look at the precision, it looks machine-made because they were that good. This is what happens, and when you continuously repeat the skill. And so there would have been a lot more of this, but it's not even about these kind of practical skills. It's, for instance, you can imagine someone in the Mesolithic, in a hunter-gatherer village, and there will be people that will know everything about, for instance, mushroom types, what you can't touch. This herb is fine. This herb is not fine. Don't go out at night. Don't go to this area of the forest. I know exactly where this river takes. We don't have this. We lost all of this. So the reality is that if we take most of us, some of you probably in the contents are much more, but someone like me, I'm a city boy. You take me and you put me in a Neolithic forest, I'm finished. And simply because I know what a computer is, first and foremost, I don't know the first thing on how the transistors work, to be honest. So we feel like, oh, I'm so advanced, I know what computers are, right? But most of us don't know how these things actually operate inside. There's very few that understand how you make the billions of transistors that go inside the chip in the motherboard of your computer. And even if you were one of these engineers, yeah, good luck explaining that to the pack of wolves. Problem is, though, that if the people of the period come to save you, they will. They'll know how to fight. They'll know how to hunt. They will, so they have skills and wisdom that is connected to what they need to survive in their world. And we have our own understanding, like you said, the scientific stuff that now tends to be common knowledge because of education. And so we have that, and that's great. So we all have pros and cons. It's not a matter of modern man, we know everything, and ancient man, a bunch of idiots. It's not how it is. Think of it this way, and that's the last thing I'm going to say when I let him speak for now. Yes, we talked about Einstein. There probably was an Einstein-type intellect person in the Paleolithic. 100%. So what did they do? He probably was great at what he was doing. Maybe he's the guy who invented flint. He's like, you know what, flint, if you use a harder rock, I can crack it and I can learn how to make a spear. And then when I when I use bone and I cut it this way, I can use it in the trajectory. Maybe he invented the freaking bow. So yeah, there would have been an Einstein in prehistory.
Ghastly thing on mobiles where you get a short clip from a real program.
Yeah.
I think it's utterly, utterly wicked. So you have children all over the world who cannot articulate, spell, or make meaning clear using the best, most literary and most beneficial language that's ever been created, which is English, to save their lives. And they use a word. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Right? Like I went.
Like I went.
Like I went.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to define that grammatically. Difficult, like I should have gone. Where I went or I should have gone means to speak. Now, how would it be if when we see the verb to go in Sumerian, it actually meant to speak? Where would we be? Where would we be?
I mean, we should probably say that even in that time, there was probably slang, right? It just wouldn't end up written.
There were dialects. There were words that sailors used. For sure, all those things.
But they wouldn't end up in writing.
Sometimes they do.
We have to remember that Cambridge and Oxford speak in a certain way that's proper and formal and very smart. But there's most of the people in bars, sailors have a different way of speaking. They would probably say, like I went, and have emojis and
emojis.
But the thing is, you have to moderate your vocabulary
if
you talk to people of a certain age because they don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I love his mannerism. Like the way he goes, so I actually love this guy's mannerism. You know what I would love to play with this guy? A game of Hero Quest.
If you use language exactly. And the thing which is so exquisite about English is, like with a barrister, you can make a case which is absolutely wonderful because it says exactly what it means and there's no wriggle room. And that conversation should be like that, with no wriggle room. It's not just a matter of spelling, but the basic vocabulary. You know something very interesting? People say they know English or they speak English. Have you ever in your life opened a full-size volume of the Oxford English Dictionary? It's about that, like this fact.
Right, but that's applicable to a lot of other languages. Now, given some languages have a higher number of words, that's a fact. But then again, what he's saying now sounds a little Anglo-centric, to be honest. I don't know if he has... I know he knows Akkadian, whatever the heck, but I don't know if he has any expertise in any other language. Because one thing that I noticed as a language learner, spent decades learning languages, is that when you are a beginner, like when I was a beginner at Japanese, or when I started my journey through Mandarin Chinese, I thought, man, Italian is so much more complex. We have so many different things to say the same thing. Instead, for them, it's not like that. But the reality is that I was having a Dunning-Kruger effect. I did not have the skill level to really understand and assess the complexity and depth of foreign language I was trying to learn, my target language. And I did the same with English, by the way. When I picked it up, it's still my second language. I'm not a native speaker. And when I started learning English in the UK, moved to England as a teenager, I thought, man, I could explain philosophy in Italian, but talking about, these things in English, how would you even do it? But as you get deeper and deeper into the language and become more and more proficient, you realize, man, this language is as deep as mine. So it's a little bit of a beginner's mistake to think that, in my language, it's because you don't know the words. In the other, that's why you're getting that. It's because you have a small vocabulary, not the average educated native who actually speaks the language. And that's important to keep in mind. How many languages do you speak? 7 up to now, and I don't think I'm going to increase that because I want to increase the level of these rather than keep adding numbers. But that's where we're at.
I have a whole set. I love them. So this is it. You take a volume off the shelf and you open the book and you run your forefinger down the various columns of writing.
You won't. No.
You might have to turn several pages before you find a single word you've ever heard before. Yeah. Because English is unimaginably rich. I grew up in a house where everybody read literature all the time. I had 3 sisters and then a brother, and we all read literature. Went to the library every week, read.
Of course he did. Of course he grew up reading literature. Thank you so much, Lap. English has so many synonyms because the language used to be much more precise. We conflate words now that had subtle differences in the past. That is true. And in fact, I can give you an example of that in Japanese. If you've ever studied Japanese, you know about particles. And there is the particle of movement. You usually can choose between ni and e, which is spelled, it uses the hiragana, that would be he, but they actually read it without the aspiration. And in modern Japanese, they are the same. They just mark the location where you are going. So if I want to say, I go to Tokyo, I would say, Tokyo ni ikimasu, or Tokyo e ikimasu. And in modern Japanese, they are the same. But in feudal Japanese, if you study the ancient writings, and like Heian period and whatnot, they use them differently. Ni meant I'm going to this place. E meant I'm going in the direction towards this place. But it doesn't necessarily imply that you actually will end up there. This is gone in modern Japanese, but it was just to give an example that it does happen as well, that there is a difference in the way. It was more complex before.
Lots and lots of books. So we all had really good vocabulary. And that's how you get vocabulary. Otherwise you don't, because in conversation, do you want more tea, all this sort of stuff, you don't learn new vocabulary. You have to get it from reading and listening to proper stuff.
We should say
That's a strange way to put it. I might disagree, but I don't want to get too pedantic, so I'll just let it go.
Important aspect of vocabulary, why it's important to know a lot of words and to speak clearly, because those words also define the quality of your thoughts.
Sure. I actually can't let it go. So what he said is, you can't learn a language by reading. You can expand your vocabulary a lot, but if you only read, and I say that as a foreign language learner, you will never be able to say it. It will just, maybe, best case scenario, it will end up in your passive, so your vocabulary. You might be able to understand it. But the people that spend all the time reading, particularly if it's foreign language, if it's your own language, it's different. But in a foreign language, maybe that's what he meant. So I'll steal Manny's argument. Let's say that he only means to improve your own language knowledge and depth of vocabulary. Okay, so I'm just now talking about a different discussion. But if you want to learn to speak another language and you want those words in your active vocabulary, something you can recall when you need it, you've got to speak, and you have to have a conversation, because a conversation creates an experience, and the experience sticks in your memory. If you read, this is how you're going to speak. It's the plus with horrible pronunciation.
At the end of the day.
That's exactly right. I must say, I think it is a pity if, having produced such wonderful languages in the world, that their use is so inhibited.
I think the right way to think about it is the way the British Museum thinks about it. So you're commenting on the ephemeral, on the thing that is in the moment right now is happening. The reality is only a few select things will last 100, 200 years from now about this moment in time. And so we have to sort of think with the big picture perspective and the slowness of time. Yes, in the moment there's these catastrophes, there's changing ways of speaking, the technology tearing apart the fabric of society. But when you zoom out, you will think about the grand ideas of Einstein, the battle of ideologies with communism and Nazism of the 20th centuries, the bad, the triumphant, the rockets. These humans started launching rockets, going to the moon, maybe to Mars. Those things. And we won't be thinking about emojis and any of that.
Emojis. Did you hear that? Apparently Elon Musk said that he's kind of ditching the Mars colony for now, and he's going to start building a human colony and a self-sufficient city on the moon instead. Did you hear that? I actually read it on X. And it's not that he's giving up on Mars entirely, it's just that he's doing a step onto the moon first, because it's a lot easier. You can get to the moon in a couple of days. Whereas for Mars, it's like months. And so it would require, it's a lot more dangerous. Good. I think it's a good choice. Yeah, it is better. It's to start with that and make it successful at an easier task. It's going to be easier also if something breaks, you can just send up repairs and stuff. And then if that works well, and you might even launch from the moon at that point when you want to go into your expedition to Mars. I think that was a good call. Thank you, Lapko. A fun example of English being a pain. Oh yeah, it's pronounced fish. Yeah, GH is rough. It's like the GH in rough, O as in women, and T as in nation. Exactly, fish. That's correct. We can fight for Middle English, but wouldn't recognize a word of Old English. Yeah, although then again, medieval English at least made more sense when it comes to spelling. Before GVS, the Great Vowel Shift. After the Great Vowel Shift, spelling now, it's a decoration. It's literally a decoration, isn't it? Because then again, you spell it, you're like, I remember in school, before I actually had a real interaction with native speakers, that's where I actually picked up English. Even though I still make mistakes, I understand that, but I'm saying, I remember in school, they were like, double O in English is read like a oo, like in book. And I'm like, okay, so floor, door, flood. What? Moon. Say what? It's like literally, what's the point? Telling me the rule. It's a point. And it's insane. So it is what it is. But the reality is that in medieval English, if you see double O, it's a long O. So basically, like you read the door, but you would have read every other word that way. There would have been no distinction. It was a lot more, which is the way we know that is because if you read it that way, Shakespeare rhymes. But the rhyme is gone if you read it with a modern accent. Although then again, there are different accents, obviously. Even within it, we don't even, apart from like American accents and all that. And believe it or not, American accent, due to the fact that it's rhotic, unless you're from Boston or old school New York, mostly gone these days. But if you have a rhotic accent, so you pronounce the R differently from me, because I don't, but if you pronounce the R and you say car instead of car, in fact, your language is more conservative because everyone did. In the Middle Ages, everyone would have pronounced it that way. And in fact, if you're from Scotland, you are one step more traditional within the evolution of English pronunciation than, and you're closer to the way they spoke in the Middle Ages. Because, and of course it depends on which area of Scotland, but imagine when Scottish people say all right instead of all right, or said instead of side, scape instead of Skype. Yeah, that's how everyone said it in the Middle Ages. So there is that. And possibly they roll their R's. In the early high Middle Ages, actually they would have read it like a long E. So like a night is a nicht, so but that's, or knicht, because the K was not silent. But if you go to the Anglo-Saxon pronunciation, as you correctly say, it would be extremely difficult to understand. But yeah, no, so it is what it is.
And in some sense, that's the stuff you're looking at with cuneiforms is
love it.
The things that stand the test of time that are there.
That's true. But I think that language, properly used, is a crucial human tool for communication.
Absolutely, yes. Speaking of which, I have to ask some more about the cuneiform tablets.
Yeah, do it.
At the British Museum, when you're surrounded by so many, and by the way, how many cuneiforms?
About 130,000.
That is so cool.
It is. It's pretty cool.
What are some of the most beautiful to you? Maybe ones we don't know about cuneiforms. Like that make you smile.
Well, there are not many jokes. You asked about jokes.
Yeah, they lost their sense of humor in cuneiform.
Yeah, I think there are. There's one that I can remember. This was that a fly or a mosquito lands on the back of an elephant and says, "Am I too heavy for you?" or something like that. That's the sort of Babylonian joke.
Yeah.
You wouldn't use it in the pub or anything like
that. Yeah, you had to be there.
And also, do you like Tom Lehrer?
Of course.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I once went to America on a lecture tour, and I ended up in a town where Dr. Werner von Braun ended up running the American rocket industry.
It doesn't matter.
What were you saying? Dude forgets he needs a mic. I know, but I actually find that endearing. So I don't mind. I find it funny. In a good way.
Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down?
They come down,
That's not my department, says Werner von Braun.
That guy, I mean, I could tell where your wit comes from. The fact that you know Tom Lehrer.
But he's the way he plays the piano is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think my dad recorded them off the radio on a reel-to-reel tape recorder, and I learnt them all by heart because they were so fantastic. But I knew a Harvard professor who I stayed with once, who was a sumerologist, and his wife said that she knew Tom Lehrer when he was in the maths department, and they used to have parties, and he always played the piano in the corner of the room. He's just amazing.
Yeah, he had a real... You have that. I've watched a lot of your stuff, your whole way of being, the wit. There's something about that, like, biting wit. Yeah. It's a bit of humor, a bit of sadness in it. It just kind of feels like it really quickly gets to the complexity of what it means to be human.
I think so. But the paradoxical thing about Tom Lehrer is that when he's talking about the bomb and all that, and devices and international trouble, it's so unchanged.
Yeah.
And same with Dr. Strangelove. It's very remarkable. Anyway, next time you're here, or when you're here, you should come and see me in the museum, and I'll show you some of these confounded things for yourself, and show you the Chicago Dictionary, and give you a grammar book to learn.
That's awesome. I really like the guy. All right, so that's the end of the interview. So we made it to the end, guys. And I thought it was a fantastic interview, even though, as I say, the middle, I wasn't a big fan. But of what he was saying, But I think the guy is awesome. I respect the beard. I love his mannerism. I think he's an incredible intellect. And of course, I really like, as always, I like Lex, the way he asks the questions and the kind of guests he has and the conversations that are born from these interactions. I think are always very, very interesting. And I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Lapco. Appreciate all your support, by the way. That's another thing I appreciate. Thank you so much. Had a work friend from the Canary Islands that knew English and came to the US. Only it was Louisiana. First Cahoon he met, he just stared open-mouthed. Yeah, did I mispronounce this? Cajun? Oh, Cajun. That's Cajun. I kind of assumed. Yeah. I don't understand them. But then again, I know what you're talking about. But then again, I also don't understand my wife's granddad, and he's from Alabama. I haven't got a clue. I need that interpreter. And the funniest thing on the planet is I can't understand their grandfather, but I would understand if he spoke Mandarin or Japanese. Isn't that funny? It would have to be not the old man version of those languages, because then it gets really complicated. But I mean, if he spoke like a clean Japanese, I'd be okay with the man. I'd be like, konnichiwa, daijoubu desu ka? Arigatou gozaimasu. That's what I would do. But because it's, to me, when he speaks, and they're lovely people, I love them. They're great. The food is fantastic. It's great. But it's funny because whenever he speaks, to me, it sounds like this. Da, 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 da. That's what I hear. No words. Nothing. That's what I hear. So usually I try to understand. Either I look at my wife to see if she can translate, or if she's busy because she's talking to mama, then I have to kind of understand, is he smiling? Is he serious? Because if he's, I mimic his facial expression. Because if he's serious, I'm like, oh no. And then if he's like smiling, I'm like, oh, smiling, yeah. The only word I understood from this man is John Wayne. I know he said that at one point. Don't ask me in what context. I haven't got a clue. He was speaking to someone else, and then at one point he said, da, 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 John Wayne. And that was it. I do not understand anything else. So that was that. But he's awesome. He's great. Granddad is great. He's got a farm. He's fantastic. But I do struggle a little bit with it. And the funny thing is, of course, he doesn't understand me because I have an accent, clearly. So it's not even communication at this point. We're not communicating because I don't understand him. He doesn't understand me. It's a matter of, he says, da 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 da. Like, what? What did you say? But he doesn't understand that I said, what did you say? So I say, what? And he said, what? To what? And so it becomes like, what? To what? So, what? So, what did you say? Sorry? What? That's what happens. It's a conversation. No, he's good. I think at one point, I believe, he was trying to explain to me rotations. So like he plants cotton, he plants corn. I believe he was telling me about that, but only because of the movements of the hands. And that's that. But he's a great family. Freaking love them. All right, so let's move to the next one. Let me see what we've got. We've got some super chats and some fun chats. Want to read a few things. South Texas Jeff, my wife and I just learned that our second child is on the way. Congratulations, my friend. He or she should be joining us in October. God is great and merciful. She is. I'm glad to hear, my friend. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the wife as well. And that's fantastic to hear. Congratulations. Also, people on X. Sorry, on X. I don't even know what I'm saying. On Twitch, we're sending you congratulations. So that's nice. I want to make sure I did not skip anyone else. Yeah. Congratulations to you. Always lovely. I think it's the best thing in the world, really, to have a family and provide for your family. That's what a man does. Am I right? And that's that. Fantastic. All right, so let me write that we reacted to Alexa because I wanted to do that. Then, let me see. So there is another one. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, yeah, I've got to mention this. Now, it's not an attack on the YouTuber that I'm about to show you, but I do have to mention this. And I kind of feel like, unfortunately, but once again, it's not an attack. So I need to tell you about a YouTuber. that you already know. You know he's based. I like him a lot. But I do have to say one thing in the hopes that maybe we can reach him. So where is it? There we go. All right. So I think you're all familiar with this YouTuber by the name of Björn Andreas Bull Hansen. He is a Norwegian YouTuber. Once again, I consider him to be a friend of the channel. We have only interacted in the comments a couple of times, but he's a novelist based in Norway. You could also remove Norway and just say based, because he is based. He talks a lot about Viking period, Norse, and all this kind of stuff. There are a couple of videos that I watched that I wasn't exactly agreeing with, but 90% of what he says is based and true. I freaking love him. But if you notice, some of his videos have the red bar, which means not only that I watched them, but I also reacted to them. And unfortunately, there's something happened recently, and I have to say it because I hope something can be done about this. Let me see if I can show you. All right. Maybe this way. No. Let me see if I can show you. Oh, yeah, I'll put this. One moment. Goodness gracious. Let me see if I write this. Heritage. Found it. All right. So if you notice, this is, for example, one of the videos that I made a reaction to. It's an ineligible for monetization due to a copyright restriction. And every single video, I have about 4 or 5, every single video that I made, which is a reaction to his content or uses anything that comes from a video of his, has been very recently, happened about maybe 2 weeks ago, has been completely demonetized. And I don't think it's him. I want to say this. It's not him. I know for a fact it's not his fault. But I did try to reach, because I think it's some kind of, because the guy is a novelist, right? He writes, he's got copyrighted works. And so I believe he is similar to Oversimplified. I think he has employed a company that does this. They go around and they slap people that use his content with copyright claims. He responded. He left a comment under these videos, and he was very positive. So I know for a fact he doesn't have a problem with me reacting to his videos, also because clearly my videos are extremely transformative in nature. I will react to a video that is 15 minutes and it ends up being 40 minutes. Like, I add a lot. And I was also, this shouldn't matter, but I was also very positive towards, and the reason why I say it doesn't matter is because it's not like I'm going to start copyright claiming people that disagree with me and not copyright claim people that are nice to me or that agree with me. I'm saying in general, though, if someone gets me a copyright claim and I was critical of their content, it makes me feel more like, are they doing it on purpose? But it's not the case. I was very positive. I know for a fact he approved. So this must be a company that is doing it on his behalf. And it's a problem because there are 5 videos of mine, some of which are very successful and are still getting views that are in the hundreds of thousands, and they have been completely demonetized. And what I want to show you, it should be here if I click see details. There we go. It's this, it says Splay Network Affiliate on behalf of Björn Andreas Bull Hansen. So his name is here. And it mentions the company. It has to be a company that maybe he hires that is doing this for him. And I know that if he knew this, he would probably tell them, let it go. He's not doing it, also because I'm not doing anything. And I will take action, not against him, but I will take action and I will counter the claim and put all of the what is it called? Fair use stuff that I have saved, written from my lawyer, that I always do, and I always win. But it usually that takes 30 days, so it still destroys a channel. Sorry, it doesn't destroy a channel, apologies. It destroys the money made by that video, destroys a video, right? So I will do it, but I tried to contact him directly. So I sent him a direct email through X. he never saw it, possibly because he's in a forest. Like, this guy lives like the ancients. And then I tried to make a public post and at him on X, still nothing. So I'm just gonna say it on a video, hoping that maybe people will, someone will tell him in the comments, and maybe if enough people do it, politely, because let's keep in mind, he didn't do anything wrong. I truly believe this is not him. But neither have I. I didn't do anything wrong. There are people that tell you, oh, go make your own content. I'm like, yeah, I do. I have 1,000 videos, but it's fine to also make reaction content occasionally, as long as it's transformative. It's not illegal, and if you don't like that creators do react content, then that's a you problem, because if someone reacts to me, they have my blessing. Absolutely do it. Have fun. I don't care. Like, it's fine. Not a problem. As long as they put a link to my channel, which is what I always do. Ask him for his Discord. I could try, but then again, I don't know. Anyways, maybe people say it in the comments, and he just ever so happens to read one of those comments. Perhaps this will reach him, because unfortunately, it's just impossible to get in touch with an old Norse, I imagine. And so that's a thing. So I just decided to talk about it during the stream and see if hopefully something can be done about this, because it is annoying. And it's a lot of videos. I mean, 5 videos is not a lot, but it's still one of those things. Okay, let me see. Oh, yeah, I want to acknowledge there is a donation on Rumble that I want to acknowledge. Thank you very much. Let me make sure that I have everything up. Okay. So, Edman545, thank you for the support. Are you aware they added a frog mouth to Conan Exiles in one of the DLC packs? Yeah, I've already bought it. That's what my main character is. My main character is wearing right now, and I even modified it a little bit because, you know, you can dye, and so I dyed all of the linen and all of the fabrics blue. And it looks awesome. I'm like the blue frogmouth knight now. It's amazing. So, yeah. It's the YouTube version of you can't record me in public space. Kinda, but not in his case. It's just other people, yeah. 1,000 lawyers, a good lawyer finds something, yeah. Hi, hello, Lulu kids. Will you react to the Night of the Seven Kingdom episode 5 fight scene? No, I want to make a full, actually, I'd probably film it in the next couple of days, but I want to make a full kind of review of these episodes so far, kind of talk about the show, and of course we'll talk about that scene as well, which I thought was awesome, by the way. I really like the show. I'm having a good time. It's not like my favorite show, because there are sometimes the humor can be a little crass, and I imagine it works well with other people. That's great. For me, it's a little meh. But apart from that, I really like the show. I'm having a good time with it. You were saying this copyright, Justin, this copyright exhaustion happens to Jeremy Day Cobra as well. Seems to be a common issue with YouTube is facilitating. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, it is what it is. This is the law. You can react as long as it's transformative. If you put a streamer and go somewhere else and let the video play, yeah, that's not transformative, and they should copyright claim you because you're using their work. Or if someone takes a video of mine and re-uploads it entirely without adding any commentary of any sorts, then yeah, I'll take it down. I'll have it taken down. I've done it before. But as long as someone adds their little face, and or even if they don't and they just do a voiceover, I don't even care. As long as they share their opinions and use my content as a sort of springboard to kind of bring up a conversation, a discussion, I'm okay with that. Not a problem. And it's legal, so it's fine. It's absolutely fine to do. Yeah. Cool stuff, cool stuff. All right, guys, so one more thing I wanted to do, because there are a few other creators that I wanted to check out for today. I was considering having a look at the Y files one more time, because I found a video that looks quite interesting to me. And then I wanted to react to a video by Andrew Wilson. Now we just need to decide which one we do first. So how about you cast your votes? You let me know in the comments. I'll come back and I'll scroll back. Which one do we do first? And in the meantime, I'll go check on the wife. I'll get a new drink and might use the restroom very quickly. And then I'll be right back. Maybe splash my face with a little water. Be right back, my friends. Pickle Jar Andrew. I love Andrew Wilson, by the way. I think he's awesome. But I also really like the Wi-Fi guy. So you choose. We'll do both, but which one we do first? Okay, everything is fine. Let's have a look. All right, what did you vote for? You say Andrew Wilson, love him, The Crucible. Okay, what do you say here? What about here? Subchair Coon. That share thing is so funny. All right, so let me see. Andrew Wilson. Okay, let's start with Wilson then. Start with Andrew Wilson. And I found this video and I thought, oh, this is going to be interesting. And so I really wanted to check it out with you, and we're going to check it out together. We're going to have a great time, I believe. So without further ado, and I'll be fair, okay? I'll say if I agree, I'll say it. If I don't agree, I'll say it. If I agree with the opponent, I'll say it. If I disagree with the opponent and I think she's a muppet, I'll say it. I'll just say it for what it is, for how I see it. So, the video is called, and I watched a little bit of it, and then I'm like, man, this is so entertaining, I gotta share it with chat. So let me get the chat up, though, because I do want to see what you guys think or how you react. It's gonna be hilarious. Okay, so, video is titled, it's on Winston Fan Clips, but I think you can find it on his channel too. And it's titled, Andrew Wilson Annihilates Clueless Comedian. So, is it true? Is it not true? Let's check it out. I do really like his background, by the way, red and blue. Right now I'm only blue, but maybe we should do a little red just to be thematic. How about we do that? Let me see if I can change. Let's get a little red. Let's do that. Okay, we got a little red. Can you see it? Yeah, you kind of can. Not really when I move. Use your imagination. Unless I can point this. Let me see. Come on. Give me a little red. You know what? I know what to do. I'm going to use the other one because this one only controls one. And this one controls both. So we're going to get double red. Come on. Huh? It's like the Crucible 2.0. Crucible 2.0. All right, let's do it. Now his setup is better, but whatever. I want to put myself in the middle, guys. I want to be here. So, without further ado. Oh, there is a super chat. I do need to respect people that support the stream. Lapko, scroll back. You missed my last. I'll do it. I have decent yearly bonus coming, so I'm being extra generous. I love that. That's good for you, by the way. I'm glad that you've been successful. Glad to have immigrants like you in my country. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much. And also, let me see if there is any other. Copyright extortion, we read that. Last stream, I mentioned this one here. Prisen Colin C9 Chusol. It's a 73 Italian parody song by Adriano Celentano. Oh, Adriano Celentano, now I know. Yeah, I know exactly who he is, and I know exactly what it is. Yeah, Adriano Celentano, goodness gracious, he was already kind of old school when I was a kid. And I think I have all the other. We'll do a double check of the super chat before we end, just to make sure I didn't forget anything. And also, thank you. Yes, I read that one. Let's go.
So tonight I'm discussing a few things with Andrew Wilson. While secularism and feminism are points upon which we disagree, and I look forward to the discussion that we'll have about those two topics.
Yeah.
The reason that we're here tonight is because I publicly called Andrew Wilson a grifter, and I stand by that statement.
Okay, so already that puts me in a position where I don't like her, because everyone calls me a grifter. Everyone calls everyone a grifter. It's culture war talk for I disagree with you.
So, I'm not here to argue whether or not Andrew is lying about his political ideologies, and I will not argue whether or not he's got Christ in his heart. When you go to receive your judgment, it's not me who's going to be standing in front of you.
Oh, that sounds manipulative already.
However, to win a debate traditionally, you make your arguments in front of a judge or panel and then try to determine whose arguments were more persuasive and well supported through evidence. That judge or panel is meant to be neutral. Debates are traditionally meant to sway those who are on the fence or convert others to your side of thinking. In informal
Actually, they are, but okay.
debates, that is not the case. In formal debates, there are rules for speaking and decorum. Informal debates are not seeking to discover truth. They are simply just to be right. They are to own the other side. Andrew's own courses, Verbal Combat or Debate University, in name alone, give a false sense of prestige, credibility, and expert-level knowledge. Psychoanalyzing...
He's an expert. He's an expert, though. He's a really good debater. Whether you like him or hate him, he's a really good debater.
Well, psychologically.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus. It derives trust and postures him as a leader or authority figure. This is not something that is unique to Andrew. It is a truth for virtually everyone in this new age debate bro era of informal debate and online discourse, and that applies to people on both sides of the aisle. Andrew is no different from Brian Atlas, Destiny, Myron Gaines, Dean Withers, Charlie Kirk, or Hassan Piker. A grifter is defined...
Well, last time, let's see how she defines grifter. I'm going to slow it down. But last time, I checked, while they're all blood sports debaters, so of course they're going to be like attack dogs, that might be... Oh, then again, Hassan Piker is not even a debater. I guess him, Destiny, these are debaters, Ben Shapiro. So they studied this thing. But last time I checked, Andrew Wilson may be like this, but he never advocated for violence, nor incited for violence, nor said all liberals or progressive need to be systematically eliminated by force. That's exactly what both Destiny and Hassan Piker did. So already this equivalence is false. It's insane that she would say that. And of course she would consider Charlie Kirk a grifter. I want to see how she defines grifter, but already she has lost me. I'm going to be honest with you. So I'm actually looking forward to him annihilating her.
As somebody who uses Deception, Withers, Charlie Kirk, or Hassan Piker. A grifter is defined as somebody who uses deception to deprive people of money or possessions. Now, I am not arguing that Andrew's grift is in his beliefs or his ideologies. I am arguing that the grift of Andrew is that he is benefiting from the sham that is modern informal debate. Andrew is monetized across all platforms.
Yeah, every YouTuber is, well on earth.
YouTube happily accepts donations, and for the one-time price of just $249, you can purchase his verbal combat course and become extra insufferable at all family holidays.
Oh my gosh, so this is all an attack ad hominem. I'm so looking forward to see how what he says. That's exactly what she's doing, by the way. So extremely hypocritical.
The purpose of debate is traditionally to further exchange ideas, sometimes conflicting ideas, and to work towards progress. Formally...
Define progress, please, because I think you and I use that word completely differently. Thank you, South Texas Jeff. I bet $5 she wouldn't define her terms. I'm a man of my word. 100%, mate. 100%.
Excuse me. Sorry.
What happened?
I may need my glasses at some point because I am blind and I am reading my notes. Forgive me. In the sport of these live social media debates, the objective is not progress. It is just to win, as I mentioned, by owning your opponent. It is to create drama for clicks and curate algorithmic gotchas. As per the recent studies published by the NIH Library of Medicine, consuming this type of content does more harm than good to the viewer. There has been a particular uptick in reported cases.
She must have like 50 videos on Destiny and Hassan Piker then, am I right? Am I right?
Cases of anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation on both sides of the aisle. Reported feelings of isolation and distrust are skyrocketing. You are writing a prescription for a problem that you are manufacturing. Now, obviously, I am sat here engaging in this very thing that I am disavowing.
Exactly.
I am not a political commentator. I am not a seasoned debater. I am a comedian. I am actually letting down my own audience tonight who wants nothing more than to see me call you a big gay dildo and then rub the olive jar moment in your face. But that is not my plan for this evening. I am not here as a comedian. I am not monetizing from the stream in any capacity. I am not making a move to be a figure in the debate space.
That does not... when they say I'm not monetizing this because they want to appear, look how moral I am. Well, if you're not monetizing this and you have the time to sit down and spend hours with him, it means you're rich. Because a person who needs to support their family doesn't have time to do this and not make a penny, first. Second, monetize and give it to the children who are starving in Africa or are fighting cancer. Give it to there's a wonderful hospital, for instance, in Tennessee, St. Jude's. Give it to them. It's not the virtual signal. It's not the virtual look at me flex that they think it is. Thank you so much for all that. Goodness gracious, guys, you're so cool with all this support. Look at this support. She's going to hate you for it now. She hates you. I don't, though. Thank you very much for the gifted Twitch subscribers. Can't even say it. And we got 58 out of 50. This is a fantastic evening. Thank you so much. It is a form of elitism. She's showing you I'm better than you because I don't need to monetize this. Yeah, guy's providing for his family. What's your problem?
The objective tonight is to pull the curtain and show the audience what this really is, which is just a money grab. I have no intention to operate in this space or be a political pundit moving forward. The fact that Andrew is here and willing to debate me is evidence of this grift in and of itself. I have said things about Andrew Wilson before, publicly, on Twitter, on various forms of social media. I've said things about Andrew, and he has never engaged back. It was not until one person with 5 followers tried to appeal to Andrew, and then I tried to very directly tell this person, he does not care about you. He doesn't actually care about his audience. He's not your crusader. He's not trying to help you. It wasn't until I made that point and made that curtain pull that Andrew then decided to acknowledge one of my statements and challenge me to this debate. The fact that you would waste your time on an unseasoned, inexperienced debater, someone who is not in this space, is evidence that you are just looking to own your opponent and to clip farm through this.
That is so disingenuous. I already can't stand it. No. Because this way, this guy can never win. Meaning, it's always a lose. So if you have a lot of subscribers, then, you're only accepting me because I have a lot of subscribers and you want clout and popular people, but you don't care about smaller accounts because you think they're beneath you. But now that he is accepted to, which is pretty open, it's a good thing to do, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter, I'll debate her even if she doesn't have a lot of followers and whatnot. Then now you're using that against him. So it's a lose-lose with these people.
So that is my opening statement. I'm excited to see what we're going to have in front of us tonight. I will yield the rest of my time.
Okay, so we're going to see what he says. I'm really curious to see. Also because, again, she admitted she's not a debater, so she will be annihilated. Because if you're not a debater, I think I'm someone who can speak about history, language pretty easily due to my previous job. But I would be destroyed by a debater because it's a set of skills. It takes time. I don't know how to think of things on the spot like this. Maybe I could have a conversation. That's what I would do. But if you're not a debater, you're going to be annihilated. He's going to destroy her. But also, even from a conversation point of view, tactically, this was terrible. This was terrible. Because all she did is attack ad personam, and also this idea that he is some kind of grifter because he's making money off of creating content that his audience enjoys. No, he's making a product and they are buying it. If anything, he's a good businessman. I'm sorry. It's not a grift if people want it. Anyways, I'll let him do it. He'll do this much better than me. Let's go.
Thank you, Josie. And Andrew, to you, please.
That's it? Like that? Are you sure?
Yeah.
You got all that time and those were the points that you wanted to make?
There will be more points. We have a 2-hour discussion ahead of us.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's only 30 minutes. So you're sure you can bring up whatever you want. Like, whatever you want, you can bring up in your opening. You still got plenty of time. You sure?
No, I'm sure. We can end that part there. I don't need to just ramble on and give you a speech.
Okay, so I guess we'll go through it one point at a time. She defines a grifter as somebody who deprives people of money through nefarious means. I don't see how me having a debate course people ask me to make for them does that. Sounds like somebody's asking me for a product. I created the product, and then I sell the product. Now, if it were the case that I was selling a product and then wasn't delivering on the product, that would be depriving people of their money through nefarious means. And I would say that, that would probably entail grifting of some kind. She also makes some kind of ridiculous statement. She says a judge or a panel in a formal debate needs to rule who wins. It's not the case. Most of the time, judges in formal debates are actually there in order to keep the debate on track, just like in informal debates where you have a moderator.
Yeah.
She says an informal debate.
So already he destroyed her entire spiel about how he's a grifter, not because of whether or not he believes in his ideology. Because remember, usually the definition of a grifter is someone who will see that, this is the popular thing that a lot of people want to hear. I don't believe that, but I'm going to say it so that I make money off of it, even though I don't care about it. And then I move to an island and buy a private island. That's a grifter. There has to be a section of dishonesty and deception within the concept of a grifter. If you believe, whether it be politics, usually it's in the political space, but even if it's not, if you believe in what you share and you are successful, it doesn't make you a grifter. That's not a grifter. But even though she ditched that And she said, no, he's a grifter because he makes money off of the videos he makes, the clips that he farms, and the content and the product that he's produced in the course. That's not a grifter. You can't just change the meaning of words. Well, I mean, they did. They changed the meaning of man and woman and female and mother and individual who menstruates and delivering partner. And I mean, they do that. So I guess... And you can't be racist to white people. So yeah, that's exactly what they do. But I'm just saying she's doing that again. She's taking a word, changing the meaning completely, and then you are this.
Isn't there to discover truth, but that's exactly what it's there to do.
Yeah.
The thing is right now, the entire inquisition that she's giving me on being a grifter is for her to try to tell my audience what she believes is the truth, right? So she negates her own opening statement immediately.
Oh my God.
She says, for $249, you can purchase Debate University. That's true, but I just want to let you know when I launched it was $500. We sold a lot of courses. I'd only recently lowered the price since Christmas because I'm a really nice guy. She says the objective of debates isn't progress. It's designed to own the opposition. The truth is that we live in a world in which people have very, very small attention spans.
Yes.
Because of this, in order to kind of grip them into the things that you're trying to relay to them. And by the way, comics do the same thing. They release bits of themselves, kind of highlight reels of the things that they do and the things that they actually said which were funny in order to put that out so that people can find them and watch more content from them. They are not, and I guarantee my opponent's done this. I'm sure if you go to her own channel, she'll probably have very short videos of her, which are designed to put her in the best possible light so that people will come and check out her comedy and content. She's guilty of the exact same thing she's accusing me of.
You know, it's, guys, come on. I know that there were like a lot of you like him and a lot of you follow him. But even if you're one of those who are like, no, I don't like him because to me he's too harsh, fine. He's right, though. We gotta say it. This is a masterclass on how to completely annihilate. It's very concise, to the point. She just said that he is a fake expert that teaches you how to be insufferable, and in reality, I am seeing a perfect advertisement, or advertisement, if you prefer, to his course. At this point, I kind of want to buy it. You like his harshness? I'm going to be honest with you, me too. You say he's not harsh. No, he is, and that's a good trait, particularly with the kind of people that he has to deal with. And so even if you dislike him, guys, it's making perfect sense. Her attacks were extremely weak.
She also says that she has a study, but I want you to actually produce a study, and here's why. Something I'd like to point out is that most people who produce studies, especially in debates, haven't actually read them.
True.
I would like to actually ask my opponent directly, and I'll give her just a very quick amount of time here because it's still my opening statement, to just answer this truthfully, right? Did you actually read the study, yes or no, or did you just read a synopsis of the study? The truth.
I read the study.
Okay.
Both of the studies.
And how many pages is the study?
I read it through the web browser.
Yeah, how many pages was it?
Well, it was just, I scrolled through the
how
study.
many pages was it, though?
I wasn't looking
Was
at
it more than 50, maybe?
By the way, if anyone thinks, obviously she hasn't read it, but I'm saying if anyone thinks, but why does he keep asking that? Because she's not answering his question. Did you notice that? She's answering a different question. How many pages was it? Oh, I read it scrolling through. That's not what he didn't ask. How did you read it? So she's dodging the question because it's awkward/uncomfortable, or she wants to find time to think of an appropriate response. But if you're telling the truth, you don't need time to manufacture it. You just say it.
More than 50? 100? Yeah, you didn't read this study. Okay, so anyway, I just want to point out, back to my opening statement here, right, that guarantee you that she just told you first lie of the night. By the way, she snuck in a personal attack right away.
She did,
right?
Yeah.
I just really want to call Andrew a pink dildo. I really just want to call her a stupid fat bitch. But you know, the thing is like, I guess we can reserve our opening statements, and we can do this one of two ways, right? It can either go off the rails, and we can determine who's better at the insult flame war. Guarantee you I'll win that. Or you can stick to the content. It's totally and completely up to you. Right? But considering the fact that it looks like you still are addicted to the fork, I would be very cautious about going down that road. By the way...
And if anyone says, but that's mean, right, but she did it first. So I think plus this is comedy. Come on, this is comedy. Did you see the clip when he was on Piers Morgan and there was this insufferable woman and she kept saying like stuff like you're fascist, you're a Nazi, and white supremacist. And then he's like, put down the donut and shut up. The donut. I don't care, guys. It's funny. I mean, come on. These people call you all sorts of things that are 50 times worse. So don't come and tell me, yeah, but you're not supposed to say the donut. No, you say the donut at this point. Say the donut. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I'm not Andrew, so that's why I kind of find it funny, because I'm a bit too polite for that space. But I live vicariously through Andrew's mentioning donuts and forks, and it's great.
No evidence at all of any grifting whatsoever. She says he's trying to waste his time with an unseasoned debater. Actually, that would prove that I'm not a grifter, that I do think that the ideology can get out, including to whoever her audience is. The fact that I'm willing to engage with her, and I engage with, quote, nobodies all the time, including on Twitter. I have no idea where she's even trying to go with that exactly. So, so far I haven't seen any evidence of grifting. All I've seen is a bit of personal incredulity.
Yes.
Andrew Wilson have course, sell course, therefore grift. Very strange. I don't see why it's a problem for me to create a course that highlights various debate skills that people seem to.
Look. Oh my gosh, I love the tactics. He is using her hatred and attempt at, misinformation, disinformation, attacking his character as an opportunity to push his course. And he's doing it in an excellent way. I kind of want to buy it now. Can you see how he flipped it complete? Because she put herself in a box, she's going to lose now. Because at the start, she began with an accusation she cannot prove. And she's going to try, and she's going to fail, because it's subjective. But the reason why she doesn't know that, she can write down whatever she wants. She doesn't know that because she belongs to the my truth, her truth, their truth crowd. There is no such a thing. There is only the truth. And then there are opinions, because maybe from my perspective, I only see this. The truth is the same, though. It doesn't change. It's the same. There is only one truth. And if I say blue and you say red, one of us is wrong. There is no we're the same and your truth is good, Queen, and my truth is good. No, one of us is wrong. And we need to get out of this reality where we need to acknowledge nonsense when it comes to stuff like that. And I'm so looking forward to see the rest of this. I'm having a great time. Fish in a tie. I came across a rabbinical source saying Simon, son of Clopas, second Jerusalem bishop after James the Just, is responsible for the Evangelion. Is this true? I imagine you mean the Gospels. I would say no, not that I know of. But then again, a lot of the Gospels, we don't actually know who the physical author is, even the named ones. It's difficult to pinpoint it historically. So in a lot of cases, I wouldn't really worry. In the context of Christian faith, it doesn't matter, because it's inspired anyways. So whether it was Mark that wrote it and he sat down and wrote it, or whether it was the words of Mark that someone else wrote down by memory, it doesn't matter to me. From a secular standpoint, if you want to look at it from a historical perspective, then we cannot prove that any of the Gospels were written by the names that they have attached to. As far as I know, I haven't updated I don't know if there is any new evidence. There might come evidence at one point, but from a Christian perspective, it's irrelevant, to be honest, because faith takes part of that. It would be intriguing to know if there is a certain portion of the Bible that was actually physically written by the name, for instance, even in the Old Testament. And but that's that. Really, but I'm not aware of that specifically. Thank you, DB. Gonna be real with you, Andrew Wilson is incredibly annoying person that pays people to go on his podcast just to fair claims. And that I respect your opinion. I disagree. I talk to him on a regular basis, and he's awesome. He's like a dude. He's a bro. And I understand how, to some people, depending on your personality, I'm not saying that your position is invalid. I'm saying I think it's a personality thing. But the thing is that I see the kind of people that he faces, and they are so damn annoying and evil. There are people that laughed at Charlie Kirk. So yeah, great, destroy them. And intellectually, I mean. And so to me, I do probably it's his humor, but his humor clicks with me, and I freaking love his videos. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Let's go.
Want and are willing to pay for. So with that, I'm willing to dive right into it. Just remember, it's up to you how the debate goes. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we're going to get through the Andrew is a grifter portion of the debate. Then we will move into secularism and then feminism.
Wow.
Of course, we will get through the debate, go into closing statements, and then read and respond to your kind super chats. Thank you so kindly.
Yes.
Of course, as always, tomato tradition, we will go into open panel afterwards, but I know we will be kind of on a time crunch as far as the debate is concerned.
Okay.
Josie and Andrew, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, so how does me having a debate course give evidence of grifting exactly?
Okay, so why did you name your course Debate University?
Well, because the idea there was to follow up with more courses for debate that I could sell for a profit in the future.
So there was no intention behind naming it university to maybe foster a sense of trust or imply a level of...
Why does that matter? She's not going to use the name, is she? So that's what she prepared? Well, you called it university, but technically it's not a university, so you're a grifter. Oh, well, you know what? The ones that we do call universities are teaching that Anglo-Saxons never existed. The Greeks should be forgotten. White people don't exist. So, yeah, that's I'd say that's a pretty weak position to have. It's just a freaking name. Come on.
Expertise.
I think it rolls off the tongue well.
Yeah.
And the whole verbal combat. Why did you choose to go with a theme of war or fighting?
It is. So a lot of my debate style comes from there's a sequence of old books, especially written by prison guards, who express and explain the ideas behind what is called verbal combat. What verbal combat is, and combat no contact, is that you're always, when you're engaging with opposition and engaging with ideas, you're in a form of mental combat. That's what's going on. And so the reason prison guards obviously do it is because they want to defuse situations so that they don't escalate. If those situations escalate, their very safety is at risk. I
don't know what happened with the HD, but
always a big fan of that because I think ideologically that's also true between the left and the right.
Yeah.
That these are very high stakes conversations ultimately. They do change minds and that they do have effects in society, and it is.
He's correct, but also why does she have, obviously, as you say, Cornrail in the comments here, it is a battle of ideas. It's obviously not only there is an actual cultural war, it's not like, we call it culture war, don't we? It's not like he invented the idea of imagining it as a battle, but it is a battleground of ideas. Why does he have to justify? You called it verbal combat. What do you mean exactly? How do you define combat in a verbal sense?
A war, and it is combat with no contact.
You feel that this is combat? That this is a verbal war.
Look, she's making fun of him. This is what it's the same thing that happened with the Jubilee All-Stars that was telling him, you're no one, you're not an all-star like me. And then the guy ended on Joe Rogan. It's the kind of, I'm going to belittle you and I'm going to make you feel small because that's the only thing they have. His logic and his reason is solid, and she is nothing. It's condescending. It is out of place. She should take the course. $249. It's a steal. Come on, buy the course because that's what she's doing.
Or that this is combat.
Yeah, you think this is combat? Like you mean like Muay Thai versus Kyokushin Karate? Like you really think this is combat? Look at the side, even the body language.
That this is a verbal war.
Yeah.
That the ideology between the left and the right, yes, it is war, yes.
Yeah, they did off Charlie Kirk, didn't they? I would say that classifies, yeah.
the discussion between you and me, you feel that this is combative?
Well, the debate course isn't called, how to debate with unfunny comedians. The debate course is called verbal combat. The idea behind it is the left-right dialectic and how to engage with progressives and feminists in debate and beat them. And yes, I do think that is an ideological war, and it's been going on for a long time.
Of course it is. You say, no, this is a beating. You're absolutely right. This is embarrassing.
So who are your famous or political, or who are your famous graduates? I'll frame it that way. We'll keep the university theme.
You see, so she's continuing on that line. So who are you famous? Who did you mentor? Einstein? Huh? Show me this Einstein. You didn't, did you? Because you're a failure. Because you failed. No, he probably made 50 times the amount of money you'll ever make in your entire life with a month of selling his course. That's the reality. And she freaking hates him for it.
Diplomas. It's not a diploma mill. You just buy. You can buy the course and watch it. There's no. There's no certificate. There's no graduates. And by the way, it was never framed as being that ever. It's never been framed as being that.
You don't think that university implies that there's some sort of course completion or certification that comes?
Okay, guys, if you ever call me pedantic ever again, I'm gonna flip the L desk. And it has a very heavy 1998 computer right next to me, so this is gonna be catastrophic. You own it. Because you tell me I'm pedantic when I tell you, well, technically the arrowhead is not iron, it's copper. And you're like, oh, you're so pedantic, you didn't need that. No, it is. What do you want me to say? It's a different freaking element. But I'm pedantic. But she's still hammering down this freaking damn. But university, but you're shooting. Where is the degree? What is the degree from the university? What are the classrooms? Do you have classrooms? How many classrooms do you have?
There's nothing like that in the course. Never has
been.
Right.
So you think that the word university in and of itself doesn't imply that?
Do you assume that people who are interested in debating with opposition using their verbal IQ are so fucking stupid that they're going to be fooled by the word university inside of a slogan to get them to buy a debate course? You just think that they're really fucking stupid and that you're really smart? Like, you wouldn't be fooled, of course. Just them, the stupid plebs in my audience. They're just too dumb to understand that even though this was marketed as a way in which you could tango with somebody ideologically and win, that somehow they're going to be fooled into thinking they get a diploma in what? How to debate kind of better? Like, what do you think that they're being fooled by here?
I think they're being fooled into thinking that, okay, well, if I learn from Andrew Wilson, if I buy his course, I'm going to be an expert. I'm going to know how to be an expert debater. That's what...
Well, yeah, they'll be not an expert, but yes, you'll learn. If you want to learn a skill, you clown, by the time you finish a course, you will have improved in that skill. Hopefully have acquired it. You might want to change this into vodka, because this is going to get intense. Come on.
It's going to be. So maybe not necessarily a physical diploma.
No.
But certainly...
Have you watched the course?
I'm not giving you $249, Andrew.
Okay. So the answer is no?
Yeah, of course it's no.
Okay, so then if you don't even know what the content is or what's expressed in the course or how things are described to the people in the course, this is not a classroom style where you have a chalkboard. This is me expressing the laws of logic. I brought in multiple logicians who were expert apologists.
You see, that's what I do too. And by the way, if you remember, the whole situation when I dared to clash with the Afrocentric community, and I was like, guys, that's not what that Greek word means. Oh no, that's not what the Egyptians meant. And then they're like, well, how do you know? And I'm like, well, I've got a team. Yes, there is a professor in Rome. There is another professor in Torino. There is another professor. And these are people with postdoctoral degrees. They have more than me when it comes to... And they're like, oh, his team of astronauts. Metatron made them all up. They don't exist. You have a team of academics? Yes, I taught for 10 years. 10 years. So I have contacts in that space. And whenever, differently from someone like her who speaks about something she's never read nor watched, because this whole spiel, the last 15 minutes of my life, thank you very much, was about her talking about a course she's never watched. Well, differently from her, if I am going to talk about whatever the heck this word means in ancient Egyptian, spoiler alert, I do not know ancient Egyptian, I'm going to talk to a professor of ancient Egyptian. I will pay him profusely. I just sent $7,000 to a professor. Write-off. It's a write-off because, yay, America. God bless America. It is a write-off, but I did send $7,000. Do you think I did that to myself? I pay them. I pay these experts. And so they help me to cover these things. But I love it that people who hate me, particularly people of her political persuasion, they will say that I made them up, which is funny because it's actually a compliment. So you think that I speak about Akkadian, all of these literal translate ancient Egypt. I know everything. Goodness gracious, thank you for that. Love it.
To walk through the format of logical debate online. And thus far, I've gotten a very, very positive response from people who have viewed it. I don't know what to tell you.
What have those people gone on to do? What have they?
Well, many of them debate pretty prominently online. Many of them right here on this very channel that you're on right now. There's been dozens and dozens of them. Who it seems to have helped them quite a bit. I get many emails from people who say it seemed to have helped them quite a bit in their personal lives when it came to dealing with their boss, coworkers, things like this. I was surprised. I didn't even know that would be a potential side outcome for the course, but apparently it was. This was really just focused on how to engage in ideological verbal combat across ideological lines and how to prepare people who have my ideology for that if they had interest in it. And it appears that it worked very well.
Can you name any of the seasoned debaters that you have?
Tom, Josh, Matthew, Richard, Raffaello, Michele, Giovanni. You happy now? What was she expecting? What is she expecting? Donald Trump? Who does he need? Oh yeah, Donald Trump and Vance. Vance bought my course so he could debate with his wife and convert her to Christianity once and for all. That's oh gosh.
Have educated?
You mean the ones that go on this program?
I've personally never seen this program.
Oh,
I wouldn't.
Well,
I don't know their names.
Well, then how would you know if I named them and I was lying or not?
Exactly.
You should take my course, and then you wouldn't fall into those traps.
I'm saying you can name if they're.
Oh, sure. John, Jill, Jack, Jim, Fred, Chuck, Terry. Go ahead and refute that I'm lying. Prove it. Prove that I'm lying. Prove it.
But no household names, no major names in the debate space.
I told
Nothing
you.
like that.
Well, what? Donaldo, Trump.
What does it take? What's a major name in the debate space?
I told you,
I would argue that your name would be a major name in the debate space.
Yeah, so people have been at this for years and years and years. And do you think that this course was marketed as though if you took it, you were going to be launched into prominence on YouTube for your debate skills? Do you honestly think that?
I mean, again, the word university would imply that if you complete it, you would gain.
You lost. What's her name? I don't care. That point is moot. Finished. So, it's pointless. Switch it, change it, do something else. Because if you keep using a lost point, it's going to continue to hammer it down. What an absolute idiot. Oh my gosh, what an idiot. I can't believe it. Even you called it university. You called it university. Where is the degree? Where is the building? Where is the cafeteria? Does it have a cafeteria? Does $249 better include a pizza?
Full of expertise.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't imply that.
That is actually what the word university would imply. Yeah.
No, it literally doesn't imply that. All that the university would imply is that there's some level here of learning that's going on. Yes. Not that there would be.
No, wait. I gotta do this, guys. I gotta do this. I'm sorry. I promise I'll let the guy speak because this is fantastic. Metatrons. I gotta show you because I gotta show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear, send her this. This is my second channel. So according to her, I'm a grifter. Because how dare I calling it my channel about language learning and foreign language acquisition, Metatron's Academy? Academy? Are you saying that where's the cafeteria? No, I don't even care. Grifter. Absolutely. Now we know, guys. Now we know. Grifter confirmed. Metatron Grifter. Thank you.
Level of expertise that goes on after you're done learning whatever the said thing is. For instance, you can have an introduction to debate, which I have, for instance. Why would that entail that you would instantly have some sort of higher level of expertise? All it would mean is that you receive some form of education on something. That's it.
Grifter Academy. Don't tempt me, because I'm a troll at heart. I'm going to make another channel and call it Grifter Academy. Grifter University. I'm going to do it. Just be careful, because I'm going to make it.
Yes.
Well, then why not debate elementary school?
That's not as catchy.
Who the heck? Okay, this is a marketing problem, lady. There is something called PR, right? It's basically what they do between Subway and Jersey Mike's. I'm going to make it into a way that she understands it, considering the fork. So, Jersey Mike's is objectively the better Subway. It's the better sub place, right? Better quality, more amount. It's just better. But Subway has better PR, because at Jersey Mike's, you've got white bread as one of the options. Subway also has white bread, but they call it Italian, which is white bread with better PR. And that's what it is. So, when you want to sell something and you want to market it, you don't call it, well, I'm going to call it Debate Elementary. Yeah, and that's why you will stay at the current financial situation, which may be very nice, whatever the heck. But the guy is making a fuck ton of money because he didn't call it elementary. Oh my gosh, it's my Italian blood is boiling. Jersey Mike's is great, by the way. I don't even care.
I would argue that it would be more appropriate.
Why? How would you know? You haven't watched the course. How the hell do you know? Like, how do you know?
By your own admission.
Okay, well, look. Let me ask you a few. Here, let's find out if this holds muster. If I ask you what are the 3 laws of logic? Can you tell me?
No, she doesn't know shit.
No.
Can I? If I ask you what are metaphysics, can you tell me?
No.
Can I?
Come on, metaphysical, like the realm of the metaphysical and the spiritual. How does she not know that?
Can you tell me what epistemology is?
Study of ancient text.
That is the.
Well, there's a Jesus.
Knowing like what the truth is and the difference between a belief and or an opinion.
It's not too bad. It's
not
too bad.
Still, I mean, it's still a good try. I'm not going to beat you up about it. But, what about...
See, I thought he was an asshole, by the way. He's actually, considering all the accusations and direct attacks she has all used against him, he has made some funny remarks, but this, for example, showed some what's the word? Mercy right here. Because, of course, it's not easy when you're asked on the spot whatever difficult word is, exegesis or whatever it is, semantics, like the meaning of the inner meaning of words. Like, it can be difficult to give the exact dictionary. Maybe you kind of understand it, but you wouldn't be able to give the dictionary definition. And so he's being merciful with that, but he is making a point. He is making a point. The point being, quite clearly, I mean, I might be wrong, but at this point, I can kind of read it. The point is, oh, you don't know what all these things mean? Buy the course.
What about ontology?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so the thing is like these are very basic forms of philosophy that most people kind of leave on the table. But if you had checked out the course, you would know that I brought in experts, guys who do have PhDs, like David Patrick Harry and others who are famous Christian apologists. And they sit down and go over what all of those terms mean, why they mean those things, and how you can apply them to your knowledge base. And it helps to equip you in the future if you are having ideological combat with a leftist, especially from a Christian paradigm.
But without any kind of measure or metric of expertise at the end of it.
He just said there are PhDs. What more do you want? What kind of expertise do you want? Socrates? Unless it's Plutarch. And you didn't resurrect Plutarch, so it doesn't count. Oh, yes, PhD. Don't care. I remember, by the way, talking about the word ontological, ontology, and I used it in an adjective form on one of my videos, responses, I want to tell you this funny thing, to the Afrocentric community, and I said that our study and approach needed to be ontological. And they went on, Metatron is word salad, and he's even wrong. What is he talking about? Ontological doesn't mean... They started laughing at me, making fun of me, because they said that I didn't know what ontological meant, and I was just using the word randomly. And it couldn't be used in the context I used it. So what I did in my response video, I took up a page, I showed ontological, ontology, and it had two. You know how definitions sometimes in dictionaries have two options, not just one? Yeah, the first one was the one that this guy was referring to, but the second one was perfectly apt for the way I used it, which was the second definition of the term. And even the guy had to say, oh, he was right about that. Yeah. And the thing is, there would have been nothing wrong with that had you not mocked me. Because if you say, I think he's using the word wrongly, I think it means this, right? And then I prove you wrong, it's fine. But if you laugh at me and mock me, look at this idiot who doesn't even know, and then I prove you wrong, now it's going to look really bad, is it? Take the course.
Without some sort of guaranteed level of, if you have completed this, this is the knowledge that you will have, and this is the level at which you will be able to debate, without giving that level of accreditation to it.
Accreditation from whom?
I mean, there are accredited, like the actual debate societies in America are.
Do you think that I'm running some kind of actual polished college or something that you have a 4-year degree or an associate's degree at? Or did I market that I would build out a course that's roughly 7 hours that would assist you with debating ideologies online? Because I'm pretty confident that that's what I marketed. Now, if you have evidence that I marketed something besides that, I would like to hear it and see it, but...
You use the word university?
I'm 100% confident that that's exactly what I marketed and that that's exactly what people are buying.
I don't believe that you are dumb enough to think that your words don't hold meaning. And I don't believe that you...
Well, I don't think you're dumb enough to think, well, don't all words hold meaning?
Of course. But I'm saying, I don't...
No.
I know, it was an insult. She's once again insulting. You're like, well, I don't believe you're dumb. It's an attempt, poor one at that, at emotional manipulation. It's just that on this guy who has faced the craziest lunatics that have all of these all these crazy strawman tactics, to him this is nothing. But what she was trying to do, I don't think you're dumb enough to do this, do you? And then she was expecting him to be like, oh no, I don't want to be considered dumb. So, no, I'm not dumb. Well, then you know that's what she was hoping for. And it's like seeing a 5-month-old trying to box Mike Tyson. But they are convinced that they are destroying him. What an embarrassing situation.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that I don't think that you chose verbal combat and framed things as a war. I don't think that you chose university just willy-nilly because it...
Everyone does that. He's not the only one who says it's a culture war. This is the stupidest... What?
No,
I didn't. I just gave you an accounting, which is completely reasonable. I told you exactly where verbal combat came from. I told you exactly what the inspiration for that was. I did tell you that I believe that there's a grounded ideological war going on between the right and the left and between these ideological paradigms. And that course will assist you if you are engaging in those ideological paradigms, which more and more people are. It'll assist you in crafting your arguments for those paradigms. That's the way it was marketed. That's the way it's always been marketed. If you can tell me what's actually wrong with that, I'd like to know.
But you use the word university. That's what's wrong with that. And I don't accept that. I don't... No. You can't use the word university. No, I don't care. You're not Oxford. So did you make that clear? Do people think you're a city? Did you specify that you're not a city? That you're a human being? Do they know that? Because otherwise, grifter.
Sure. It's that when you phrase things in terms of combat or in terms of war, you actually trigger the fight or flight response of your audience.
Good.
Yeah, and that's the part where she pretends to know biology. Now she's going to say the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed on those incels that watch you, mate. So, did you consider that? You're triggering the prefrontal cortex. It's going to mutate now. It's going to mutate into a Ninja Turtle.
You don't honestly believe that the right and the left are at a war outside of social media.
Okay, she's an absolute imbecile. People, did you notice that, and even if we keep it American-centric for a moment, because if we didn't, and we talked about, you know, the kind of wars that we had with USSR, communists, like, whatever, fine. Let's not talk about history. It's not like she's ever opened a book. She probably, say communist, she'd be like, who's that? Fine. Even if we just look at America, did you notice that half of the American population hates the other half? Which part did you not notice? Politics is, by design, one of the most divisive things humans have ever invented. Politics. It is created to divide. It's how it is. Because if you divide, you make sure that you are with us. That's how it is. She is literally an imbecile. We have had people die because of it. We have acts of political violence. Look it up. You can go back to the 70s if you want, 1995. It's all about politics. What on earth? She's like literally, I feel like I'm losing IQ.
I just want to let you know, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, okay? But the left has, from my view, murdered an entire generation of human beings, murdered them, and is currently right now fighting on the streets in order to get the right to murder more of them. Do I
That's going into abortion.
Honestly believe that. Not a joke, not kidding. From my paradigm, they literally kill babies by the million, by the millions. Do I think that that's a war, a spiritual war, and an ideological war? You bet your fucking ass I do.
Yeah, of course, if you're going to spiritual war, then it takes a whole new context, which is coherent. But personally, I wouldn't even have gone there. We can just talk about the secular war within people that literally are... I mean, what is a civil war then? Why do civil wars happen? If this is all like, oh, you don't actually believe that left and right and people with like monarchists versus Republicans and this and that, do you really think that this is a war? Yeah. Do you think it was actual combat when they did the French Revolution? I mean, how are these people even alive?
Do I think that there's an ideological battle which is going on when the assessors of these paradigms try to describe for me that you, a female, are every bit as much only a woman as the male who puts on a wig and pretends that they're you? Do you think I don't think that these are ideological battlefields? You're out of your fucking mind. Not only do I believe that 100%, but it can demonstrate it to you. I can demonstrate right now that we have been in basically an ideological Cold War for somewhere north of 60 fucking years. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, 100% I believe it.
Absolutely.
Not only do I believe it, but I wanted to equip people with some way to combat that. Some way to do that better because I happen to be very good at it. It's a skill I have.
He actually is very good at it. We're going to give it to him.
Oh, in fairness, I do think that you probably believe that abortion is murder. And I will agree that you believe that that part is actually violent and at the same level of a war. Fine. I won't try to say that you don't. If you are genuinely a Christian, you probably do believe that. What is
so
this
then you just made a concession. So you just made a concession there that I believe that we're in an ideological war.
And it's not the only thing. It's about control. The ideological war is about control because then people will be in power, and those people who are in power because they won the debates, because they won the votes of the masses, because they won the public opinion through verbal combat and political, there's the money behind it, but you know what I'm talking about, simplifying a lot. They will pass policy. And this policy will affect the lives of millions, just like it happened under the Biden administration. Not to go too political here, but we did get millions of illegal immigrants here. I say, as a legal alien, I love the word alien, as a legal alien who went through the proper channels, making all sorts of sacrifices. For some reasons, Biden is like, just open those freaking things, let them in. Yeah, that affects people. So it is a war. It's absolutely a war. 100%. We can keep it civil, which is the way I want to keep it, but oftentimes it's not kept civil. See what happened to Charlie Kirk. Would she consider that a freaking ideology, a freaking war, or is it still that technically it's not a war because it's not combat? True, the shooter was a coward and shot him when he wasn't ready, so didn't know.
one topic, yes.
Yeah, so I think that leftists are doing everything in their power to destroy Christianity from the ground up. I think that that's their entire goal. I think that we can see it in the models of the NGOs that give millions and millions of dollars to leftist infiltration units whose entire job is to go in and give retraining to clergy.
The split second anyone says that this is a conspiracy theory, I just watched, before coming online to this stream, I just watched a preacher, one of these Christian preachers that are wearing the LGBT colors around their neck. And this preacher, on top of a pulpit, was preaching that Christ's divinity is not a central tenet of Christianity. So Jesus was a nice man. He was a good man, but, you know, the whole God thing, not part of Christianity, not necessarily. As long as you love each other and you love is love, yeah, that is an infiltration. That is a psyop. That is absolutely a psyop. And as true Christians, we reject that 100%. And by the way, when I say true Christian, yeah, you need to believe that the Jesus part. We can talk about when someone should be baptized. We can talk about priesthood. We can talk about a lot of different things. But the one thing that Christians should, it's the Jesus thing, and the resurrection. We can't, like, you can't say you're a Christian if, by the way, I made a post like this on X and people came and gave me the actually. No, you don't even have to. Fine. You don't have to be. Why do you have to call yourself a Christian and say, but I deny Christ? Then you're not a Christian. It's that simple. We can have a lot of, like, I know the people are going to go into, yeah, but there is Trinitarian, non-Trinitarian, there is this, there's that. If they don't accept this, they're not Christian. You can believe whatever you want. You can be as restrictive or as welcoming as you personally want in your specific faith. You could be Orthodox, you could be Catholic, whatever you like. You could be non-denominational. I don't even care. Where we put the line changes depending. I'm very open-minded when it comes to that, in the sense that, as far as I'm concerned, if you say that Jesus is God, he's the Christ, he is half man, half God in that sense, like he was made human, but he's also God at the same time, and that he was resurrected, you're a Christian. If you tell me, no, I don't believe that, fine. I'm not going to attack you, but I'm definitely not going to call you Christian. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Unbelievable. So anyways, we watched 24 minutes. I absolutely love this. This is fantastic. But I think due to the fact that we're going to have to continue it on the next session, because it's 4 hours and 21 minutes for tonight. I was considering doing 4 hours, sort of. And I kind of want to spend a little time with the wife. We watch a movie together and make sure she's okay. And I have to have my dinner. I haven't had the pasta. So I think I'm going to call it as a night for the live stream. But I do appreciate everyone who has joined this live stream, and we're going to keep a note on where we are, because I'm definitely going to continue this. But to be honest, this is not a debate. This is an annihilation. This was incredible to watch. And but yeah, so this was great. Let me check the numbers very quickly before. And do remember that I know some of you are going to hate this, but I do have a TikTok about history that I created specifically to counterbalance the brain rot that is happening in this country. And since TikTok was not going to be banned and never will be, and now was bought by an American company, I decided, you know what, then I'm going to try, and since it's still going to infect the minds of our youth, at least I'm going to try and make something that could counterbalance that. And I created that TikTok. I'm going to share it with you right now if you want to help me with this battle. It's called TikTok Metatron History. I would always appreciate all support, and any follow helps. And if anyone says, yeah, but TikTok is not going to let you do it. No, already one of my TikToks got 1.5 million views. So it's working, guys. It's working. It's here. This is my thing here. And you see, this TikTok got 1.5 million. So people love the frog mouth. I'm going to save this generation with frog mouths. So instead of the silly dances, they're going to get some frog mouth in their head. And hopefully that's going to help bring some education and some critical thinking into this generation. So if you don't have TikTok, or you're strongly against it, you don't have to click, don't worry about it, just forget I said anything. But if you do have TikTok, I do appreciate that. It's there, guys. We're gonna hit those 10,000 followers. We're gonna do it, and then we'll do a Grifter University. I'll make it. All right, thank you so much, South Texas, for the Metatron gifts. I really appreciate the membership. So you basically just pushed it up to, I believe, 79, and it's very much appreciated. It was a very successful stream. Thank you very much, everyone on Rumble. And I'll keep streaming, and I'll stream a lot on all these platforms. Right now, we are everywhere. And I'll promise I'll make a schedule eventually. I'll get things together. I'll get my shit together, and I will be like, hey guys, I stream at this time every day or every other day or these days. I'll do it. So it'll be easier for you. You don't have to just stumble upon the streams. It's been a little hectic because, again, wife being pregnant, sometimes it's not exactly easy to plan things around. But for now, always check if I make a post somewhere, if I say, hey, I'm going live. And that's the best I can do right now when it comes to organization. But I do appreciate the follows and the memberships and all that. And man, this was a great video. I really loved it. It was really funny. Okay, so I'm checking my final numbers here, as I always do. Yeah. Let me see. Very quickly. Yeah, I got the numbers here. I need to move. Yeah, okay. Wow, we got 18 members tonight. God bless you and your wife. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm checking the stream on wife. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I'm checking the stream on Rumble. Looking good. I mean, Rumble is looking really good. I appreciate that. Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Oh, that's my voice again. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Oh, that's my gosh. God, we got an echo. That was the angel effect. Silver City and whatnot. Thank you for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so I'm going to suspend first. We're going to do it in turns. We're going to stop kick in 3, 2, 1. Bye, kick. Then we're going to stop Rumble in 3, 2, 1. You're great, guys. Thank you so much on Rumble. Then we're going to stop. I have so many, goodness gracious. Then we're going to stop YouTube in 3, 2, 1. Have a good one.